streamed yesterday. I didn't get a chance to stream. I was supposed to stream yesterday. Why? Oh, yeah. Shout out to Durk's label. They sent me over like shirts and shit. They whitelisted my YouTube and I didn't stream. I feel like an asshole. Goddamn. Fuck with Durk though. You know what I mean? Please go check out his album. His album is out now. A new album by Durk. Please go check that out. I did check it out. By the way, I think it's a good album. A little bit edited. You know me. I love that indictment music. So I want Durk still talking crazy, but given the circumstances, you're going to get what you're going to get, okay? Hopefully he makes it through this. But Lil Durk currently in federal custody, did drop an album. It is out right now. Also, Nav dropped an album. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Welcome, people. We're back on our 30-day grind. If you don't know what that means, we're hoping to stream 30 consecutive days, okay? Every time we miss a day, the counter starts back to 1. Like we missed a day yesterday or 2 days, and now we're back at 1. So we're at 1 of 30 yet again. So hopefully we can make it a 2, 3, 4, 5, and eventually get to 30 of 30, which would be a huge goddamn deal. All right, people. Bunch of things we will get into tonight. First of all, we do have the big U 43-count indictment that was returned by the grand jury. Yella Beezy actually got out on bond tonight, or not tonight, but yesterday. They lowered his bond. It was initially set to $2 million, but they reduced it to $750,000, largely in part to his mom. His mom held it down. Okay? If you don't know how bond is set, if they know you can afford it, they're going to put it up there, right? Or they might just say no bond at all. And his mama was unwilling to give any details about his financial capacity, which led to the judge kind of saying, yeah, $2 million might be exorbitant, right? Now, the prosecutors did say, yo, he's living in a mansion, he drives this car, he does this, but they reduced it. Anyway, he did supposedly walk out of jail, or he was supposed to set to walk out of jail because he was going to post the bond, which ended up being $750,000. We will get into that. The overview of the hearing is here, which, by the way, the prosecutors, it really was a detention hearing and damn near an arraignment. And they kind of laid out that they got pretty much, it's the shooter that they got to testify against him. Nothing too nothing too like dead to rights. I listened for a little bit. Didn't look like anything was like, we got him texting this person so-and-so. And maybe we actually start there, right? Maybe we start there, okay? How long we streaming tonight? We on for 6 hours tonight. We locked in for 6. So you got to go fuck your bitch tonight, or you don't want to hang out with me no more? What's up? Well, why are you asking me for time? It's like y'all want me to hurry this shit up. So let's actually start there. So the Yella Beezy, what the fuck is this? Okay, this Yella Beezy hearing happened where we find out a bunch of information that the police knew. Apparently, the police claim that Yella Beezy pulled out $40,000 out of his bank account in subsequent days after the murder. Now, in a vacuum, that doesn't sound like anything. But they're trying to use that to suggest that he was taking out money to pay the shooter. Now, obviously, his defense is going to have a field day with that. He's a rich millionaire who's a musician, probably an entrepreneur. He might take out $40,000 for anything. He might want to give his bitch some money. Who knows? But they're trying to say that was either a part of the payment or partially because he was making a payment to the shooter. Now, the shooter is testifying against him. So the guy who killed Mo 3 is actually he's the lead witness. Now, that's good and bad for Yella Beezy. The guy who is caught in 4K camera chasing somebody down with a Draco or whatever and shooting him dead in broad daylight. Okay, and by the way, we also have that footage, which we've never seen before. Someone to say, trigger warning a little bit. But, yeah, if the guy who pretty much is caught dead to rights, if he wants to snitch, how could we trust him when he's clearly just saving his own ass? Like, he'd probably tell on his own mama. You don't know who will tell on, right? So this is going to be an interesting case, and I'm guessing prosecutors will reveal more as it comes along. I'm going to play a little bit of this, but before then, let me actually pull up if you've never seen the footage of supposedly what happened during the Mo 3 situation. Mo 3 was driving on the highway. Supposedly a man followed him, and some altercation happened, and essentially Mo 3 basically pulled over the car. He was trying to cut Mo 3 off. Mo 3 was trying to go around the other side of the car, supposedly to get his gun, right? By that time, the guys already started. The guy who blocked him off hopped out of the car and started chasing him, but let me just show you the video, okay?
A local rapper charged for a rival rapper's murder had his bond reduced today from $2 million to $750,000.
The bond hearing was this morning for Yella Beezy, whose real name is Marquise Conway. Fox 4's Sean Rabb in studio now with the details.
Okay, actually, now this is what I wanted to play.
And Your Honor, this is, just for context, this is approximately noon on I-35 heading northbound. This video is taken from a Kroger 18-wheeler, and this is heading north I-35 into downtown Dallas on noon on November 11th, 2020.
So basically, they had all this on pretty much a dash cam video from like a truck. And you're going to see the whole thing unfold in front of this one truck. The truck is driving. This is on the main highway, supposedly in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They're driving. You're going to see on the left here, like a vehicle seems to kind of either approach her or, yeah. Now, this is supposedly the killer's vehicle. I know you can't see it that well. The killer's vehicle is here. By the way, I don't know what vehicle he's in. Can't tell. Shit look like a Honda to me, but who cares if it was? This look like some like one of them little Dodge cars, Charger, SRT, whatever the fuck y'all niggas be calling that bullshit. So this car, this is where the killer's in. Mo3's in this car. You could tell he's trying to, again, you know, we now hear it's a hit, but if he's fought, like at this point, I don't know if they're having an argument like through the wind. I don't know what's going on. Because if I'm Mo3, I'm not stopping that fucking car if you think that motherfucker is trying to kill you. I'm not well, I'm pussy, so I'm driving straight to the police station. But you're going to see what happens, okay? They're driving. This guy, it looks like he's trying to stay ahead of Mo3, but also kind of also block him in, that he's not swerving all over the place. They keep going. Now, here's the thing. I got to believe if Mo3 is in this vehicle, I got to believe that Mo3, it doesn't really feel like he's that much in danger or that this person is trying to kill him. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why I got to believe that is that the dude passes him. Mo3 could have slowed down. Let's say the guy's going 60. Reduce your speed to 30. Okay? Now, granted, there might not be no exits to get off the freeway, but still, you know, let him go further in traffic, create some space with cars in between you, right? Now, I know I'm Monday morning quarterbacking this, so, you know, forgive me. Okay, now they're getting into a little bit of traffic here.
Now, Your Honor, if I could...
And Mo3 looked like he's trying to go in front of Mo3. As soon as he tries to go in front of Mo3, Mo3 switches out the lane.
Court's attention, if you look on the... I've stopped this video at 19 seconds. You see a gold sedan in the far left lane and a black sedan in the second lane to the left. The gold sedan will be the vehicle carrying the victim, and the black sedan is the vehicle driven by Q1 White, who is then the shooter, based off of the evidence we have.
Okay. So dude's going to try to cut in front of Mo3. Mo3 going to try to get around him again. Right there, Mo3 he's trying to get out. But the dude starts to middle the lane. So Mo3 almost swerves and he almost hits his truck. And the truck kind of realizes some shit's going on, so he just kind of just moves over. Right? Yeah, he just moves over. Like, what the fuck? You almost hit me. And then what ends up happening is that Mo3 actually comes, and this is kind of a little bit bizarre. That's why I know this is called a hit, but I have to reasonably believe that Mo3 just thought this was an argument. Because if you think someone is there to kill you, I'm not having a standoff in the middle of the highway. I'm keep driving. I'm flooring it, right? I'm keep flooring this bitch, okay? But Mo3 actually stops, but it appears Mo3 must have been under the assumption, oh, this pussy nigga is playing with me. Maybe recognize the guy or recognize the car. And he's like, let me go get my chopper. So he stops the car. By the way, the vehicle behind this is not AI or CGI. They stop, and they stop abruptly, and you're going to see Mo3 hop out of the car. By the way, you can see this guy, he also, he seems like he's on a hit. I don't know where they were coming from before, but he's like, fuck traffic, because he's just parked diagonally in the freeway right now. Mo3, if I'm him, I'm driving straight. if I got to hit the front of your vehicle, I'm driving straight. However, Mo 3 hops out the car and looks like he's trying to go around the car to go get his weapon, okay? Now, he clearly looks like he knows this is trouble because he keeps his eye on that car. And this is where it kind of gets crazy because the dude hops out the car and it appears he starts shooting. So it looked like Mo 3 is trying to grab his gun. I don't know where the gun could be. Some people say it was in the glove compartment. Well, I would think if you're driving, you could just unlock the glove compartment with your right hand and get the gun, unless it's one of those cars that sometimes they have another compartment or something that you kind of have to be in the right side of shit to, you know? But anyway, he's there. It looked like he's trying to get the gun, but this guy's hopping out. He already got the gun in hand. And by the Mo 3 kind of flinches, so I'm guessing maybe he shot then. Look, we're not hearing audio, but look right here. Yeah, you see that instant, like, kind of, I'm thinking maybe it was a shot fire. And then, so he's ducking, he's whatever. The dude starts chasing him. Looks like he doesn't get the gun. And if we're assuming he was going for the gun, he doesn't get the gun. The guy thought he was still behind because he has tints, thought he was still behind here. He realized Mo 3 kind of ducked around the back. He sees Mo 3 kind of running behind the truck, and now this guy's on a mission. I suppose he has like a little face mask on. By the way, this looks like a license plate here. So even though this is a drill, this kind of feels like a dumb hit, but whatever. It looks like this was a crash out hit. This guy is firing into oncoming traffic where some of these vehicles probably don't even know what's happening. It's probably slowing, but could have been an accident. They don't know what's going. This guy's just firing shots trying to get Mo 3, right? And he runs past here, and I don't think there's a follow-up video, but he eventually hits Mo 3, and I don't know if he walked him down and, you know, try to finish him while he was on the ground or whatever, but he definitely did hit Mo 3, and Mo 3 subsequently died from those injuries. You could tell at least one lane was operable, and people started saying, I'm out of here, okay? This is that Texas shit, okay? Like, niggas is out. You know what I'm saying? Now, you're going to see some black smoke here, which I don't know what that's from. It appears that it's from this car that was, like, speeding out or whatever, like it was skidding out. From this car, actually. And I ain't gonna lie, based on the tire marks here, and, I mean, this vehicle might just have a bad, what do you call it again, exhaust system, whatever, because with all that black smoke, I'm thinking this hit either a car tire or some type of fluid, because this doesn't look right with this tire mark going here. It's not rainy, it's not wet, and with this other car, I'm guessing this nigga was just shooting a shit ton of shots, you know what I mean? It's Texas, this nigga might have 100 in the clip. So it looked like he killed Mo 3 at that point. He's running back, hops in the vehicle, and at that point, he just takes off. And that is.
Stop this at 1 minute and 37 seconds.
That is the end. Now, fortunately for, you know, the family of Mo 3 and of course for investigators, this camera footage existed because it looked like the truck just stayed there. Which, if I was a truck, I would have probably just, yo, y'all do y'all killing over there. I'm knocking both of y'all vehicles out the way, but yeah.
Does not return into the frame.
Okay. Some people say, why would he get out the car? Again, you know, hindsight's 2020. I'm pretty sure he's like, yo,
I'm gonna go back to what
oh, niggas is playing with me. Let me grab my gun. Let me go handle him real quick. Whatever. Okay. So that's really so that's what happened in the actual incident. So now we know the Yella Beezy is not charged. And by the way, if you guys don't know, the person who was charged or the shooter, supposedly the shooter who's running here is testifying against Yella Beezy. He's claiming Yella Beezy paid me to do it. So clearly, which by the way, his trial hasn't taken place yet. So he's clearly trying to get a plea deal. Maybe he gets 20 years, 25 years, but he doesn't get life. I don't think they were going for the death penalty. But he's hoping to testify against Yella Beezy, send Yella Beezy in for life, and he gets like, I don't know, 15, 20 years. You get what I'm saying? Now, this is what happened at the hearing for from Yella Beezy, right? Check this out, and they're gonna give us some more details.
To the individuals present and involved in this conversation. The state's witness will also testify.
That's the shooter.
Keith Conway, the defendant, being present and involved.
Is he look over? He looks over like, damn, your witness is my shooter?
In this conversation. The state's witness will testify to the amount of money that was to be paid for the murder. A state's witness will testify to the individuals responsible for the payment. That state's witness will also testify that Marquise Conway was one of the individuals responsible for a portion of that payment. A state's witness will also testify to the individual who would receive this payment. The state's witness will testify that Keywan White was, in fact, the individual to receive this payment, who was originally indicted in State's Exhibit number 1, the probable cause, which is before this court. The state's witness would also testify that Keywan White, or to who shot and killed Melvin Noble. This witness would also testify to Keywan White being the individual who shot and killed Mr. Noble on November 11th of 2020. Again, this conversation took place in the days following Mr. Noble's murder. The state has also had an opportunity to review bank records of the defendant, Marquise Conway. These records would show that the defendant drew $40,000.
Ooh.
And
see, those are the details right there. Shit. How much did they pay for the murder for Young Dolph? Well, Young Dolph's murder was $100,000, right? Damn. That's the going rate to get somebody killed? Sad.
Days following the murder of Melvin Noble. And for the record, that was a cash withdrawal.
Now, that's very purely circumstantial. I take money out of the bank, now you're saying that I paid for a murder? Nigga, I could have been taking that out because I'm about to hit the strip club. If my enemy just happened to catch a stroke, he trip or he fall off a building, I might go to the strip club and turn up. I might take some money out. I don't mean that I hired a nigga to shoot him. Now, granted, I'm playing very devil's advocate here, Chad. You know? We're looking, again, it seems like they're relying heavily on the shooter being trustworthy and honest, and that's going to be tough. But let's see what else they got.
These records would correspond to the exact amount which the state's witness would testify to. In reviewing these records, the state also became aware and believed that they would show that the defendant had anywhere between $800 and $900, but more specifically, $870,000 between a checking account and a savings account with one particular bank. 370 of which was in.
Chat, I hear the story about young Scooter. I'm gonna get to it after this. I gotta wrap the topic first, okay? Chat, trust me, I see you. Like, this is not pre-recorded. I'm live. But let's give everything its due diligence and justice, and we'll get to young Scooter after this. I'm finding out details about it. People are hitting me. Trust me, I'm gonna line up. We're gonna do good coverage of that too. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let's finish this, okay?
Checking account, a little over $500,000, which was in a savings account. The state at this time would like to publish to the court what's been marked as state's exhibit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised Yella Beezy had that much money. I know he had a song, "It's on me, baby. It's on me, baby." But like, I really thought these niggas was like, come on, bro. Like, how much money does they're not touring, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You got just $1 million chill in the bank. Okay, not bad. I seen why. He got sued and he lost a lawsuit to a guy named Rainwater, which is Mo3's manager. I think he beat him up, and Mo3's manager sued, and Mo3 manager was awarded like $300,000. And I was wondering. I was like, Yella Beezy got like that? Apparently he does.
Became aware and believe that they would show that the defendant had anywhere between $800 and $900, but more specifically, $870,000 between a checking account and a savings account with one particular bank. 370 of which was in a checking account, a little over 500,000 which was in a savings account. The state at this time would like to publish to the court what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3, which is the video of the offense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, before that's published,
Your Honor, it
All right, so then we skip.
recovered on the freeway on November 11, 2020.
Okay, we know about the incident. We want to figure out how they know Yella Beezy did it, other than the shooter saying it. Now, I think this is Yella Beezy's mom, real quick.
Ms. Alexander, are you currently employed?
No, I retired from Dallas County in 2014.
Now, when you tell the judge you retired from Dallas County in 2014, what was your occupation?
Deputy clerk.
And just for the record, a deputy clerk, what does a deputy clerk do?
Process paperwork from the attorneys for the judge. Basically handle paperwork for the courts.
And this is a building that you were employed, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And back in the clerk's room, where in the old days we had a lot of paperwork, lawyers would take the file.
Okay, so she was a clerk before. So that helps Yella Beezy because his mom, I think this is his mom, is an upstanding citizen. She used to work in the court system. So when a judge considering should we lower his bond from $2 million, it actually does make him look a little bit, okay. His mom used to work in the court system. Maybe he's not that much of a delinquent. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty. $2 million might be too much, right?
Was he born and raised here in Dallas County?
Yes, yes he was.
And does he currently work here in Dallas County?
Yes, he's an entertainer.
Okay, and as an entertainer, so we can explain to the court what type of entertainment does he do?
Music.
And has he done well in his music career?
Yes.
And in the music career, you have a persona, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a persona out there for your career is different with the family fold, is that right?
Right.
Him being your grandson, did he go to church here in Dallas County?
Yes, he went to church with me often. That was one of my requirements when he'd spend the weekend.
And how often do you talk and have a relationship with
Okay, I just want to get to like the relevant parts.
here in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, in Dallas County or Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Vicinity, yes.
Does he have any children?
Football games. Jackson was Mike's. Yeah.
Okay, so that's Yella Beezy's lawyer, kind of like, this is almost like a character type of person who they're saying, hey, if you allow him to get out, he's surrounded with good people that can make sure he keeps out of trouble until he goes to court.
Murder. And this happened back in 2020. You're aware, you saw the video and you had a $50,000 bond based on, do you believe that Mr. Conway could post a $250,000 bond?
I'm pretty sure we can get it together.
And are you telling this court that he's not able to post a $2 million bond?
No, he's not.
Yo, that's how your mama should be. Yeah, nah, you don't got no $2 million. $2 million? $2 million where? $2 million? Hell no. $250,000? Maybe we could get that together. W moms.
That's the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Alexander.
Good morning.
My name is Tommy Adams. If you have any questions with my questions, if I don't form them in a good way, please just ask me to repeat myself and I will do so, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you being down. This could set bonds on different level offenses within this courthouse.
Yes.
So, sir, his mom's job up there is just to make sure they understand he don't got that much money. I know you see the jewelry, but it's fake. You see the houses, it's rented. You see the cars, he don't own them. Now, granted, you got to cap it up. It's court, my nigga. Like, you can't tell him the real truth, you know what I mean?
And are you aware that that bond schedule has since been done away with and was subject to a federal lawsuit against all the district judges within Dallas County?
No.
Okay. Now, when you talk about your grandson being an entertainer, I mean, he's more than just an entertainer, correct?
Yes.
He's in fact a double platinum artist, correct?
Right.
They try to make him seem rich.
Now, going back to 2020
Mama know the assignment.
and the years leading up to that, well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of your grandson owning a 2017 Denali?
Yes.
And what is that Denali, what is special about that Denali?
It's bulletproof.
It's bulletproof. Now, Ms. Alexander,
Mama staying 10 toes down on that stand.
I can't imagine in all your years working here at the clerk's office that you ever felt like you needed a bulletproof vehicle.
I don't need one.
Now, Ms. Alexander, would you agree with me that in 2020 and the years leading up to 2020, that there was a lot of stuff going on in the city of Dallas surrounding, and to be quite honest, our victim, Melvin Noble, and your grandson, Marquise Conway?
I try not to delve into Facebook.
She not aware.
And hearsay, because I know him for myself. So.
Well, let me ask it this way: are you aware your grandson was shot in Plano?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, that's a grandmother.
You weren't there at 3 a.m., were you?
I was at the hospital.
Correct. Okay.
Oh, W grandmoms.
But you would agree with me that even if you're not on Facebook, I mean, this stuff was on TMZ. I think your grandson even did an interview on TMZ with those folks on live TV about this. So you're aware that there was a back and forth going on in this city involving your grandson as well as Mr. Noble, the complainant in this capital murder case. You're aware of that at least, right?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay. Is that the reason your grandson felt the need to get a bulletproof Denali?
Nah.
No, he felt the need because people are jealous, and you
W
don't know
grandma.
who's gonna do what, when, or where.
He's scrambling and scraping right now. He don't know what to do. Grandma holding it down.
Now, are you aware of whether or not he had to, if a Denali comes that way off the lot, or do you have to actually pay money to get something like that done?
I don't know.
I have no idea how it happened, where it happened, why.
Good. Nah, she healing.
And then when they followed up with whether or not he could make a $2 million bond, that's when he said no, he cannot. Correct?
Yeah,
Right.
watch. Yeah, he
Now,
broke. He broke.
Especially with all of your experience here in the county and working in the clerk's office, you're aware that when somebody has a $2 million bond, they can pay only 10% of that. Correct?
Yes.
With a bondsman's help.
Uh-huh.
Now, your grandson is a double platinum recording artist, correct?
Correct.
And he lives in a mansion in Frisco, correct?
Does he? He ain't invite me to the crib. We don't be having Thanksgiving over there. I don't know where you live.
Correct.
And he has houses in other states, correct?
And I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of him paying and helping to support other individuals in the family and also extended family and friends?
I'm not into his business like that.
W
You
grandmoms.
agree with me that your grandson is substantially well off, correct?
No.
He might used to be, but
He fell off. He broke down. Yo, W grandma. Chat, this is a win. You got to act like he broke to get the bond down.
if he could make a $2 million bond, he'd be out.
Would you agree with me, though, that there's a difference between can, want to, and choosing not to?
I'm aware of all of those things, but I know he don't want to be in here, so I know if he could afford it, he'd be out. Plus, he has other bills. He don't just have money laying around.
Sure. Now, Ms. Alexander, if I wanted to reach out to Ms. Rush, your daughter, what would be the best phone number to reach her at?
She's not my daughter.
Okay. Mr. Conway,
Yo, she's stone cold with these answers. This is how you know she was working in the court system.
his mother, if I was going to reach out to her, what would be the best phone number to reach out to her at?
You don't have that information?
If you were going to reach out to her, not me.
Judge, I'm going to object to bantering with the witness and relevancy here. We're kind of veering off to and getting in discovery. The The state had showed us their case. They made a proffer here. It seems like they can do their discovery outside the courtroom.
Objection overruled. You may proceed. Ma'am, you need to answer the question.
What was it?
If you were going to call Ms. Rudge, what number would you call her at? If you need to check your phone, I'd be happy to wait.
This is an improper question. I know the judge is overruling on this, but there is a fear of this getting out.
Well, it's out there now.
I would ask the court to seal the number. The prosecutor had it.
The court's going to overrule your objection.
Okay.
Remember, the only emergency contact person he lists is himself. Defense wants this portion to be sealed. I'm fine with that too, but I think this is important information, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Enough of that.
Franklin, 1.5 million, and I believe that was in.
They're going over his finances. Let me just go to the judge making this order, and this is what the judge pretty much says.
But the court also took into consideration the evidence or lack of evidence that the state presented. That was a factor also. Another concern I had was the financial statement that the defendant was to put on file. He didn't seem to take that very seriously at all. And that causes me a concern about whether or not he's taking seriously the allegations against him. So I am going to set the bond at $750,000.
Which is a W. So basically, Yella Beezy nor his family, nor what they filled out and gave the court, they didn't tell the court nothing about really what money he got. The prosecutor, through their, whatever, and also probably them, working with the bank, they came to figure or, put out a number saying he has almost $1 million cash right now. So this guy got money, he could afford it, and Yella Beezy basically showed up to court saying, I don't got it. His grandma said, he don't got it. And they submitted a subpar financial statement, and the judge is saying, I'm going to reduce it, but I'm not satisfied with the fact that y'all didn't give a real serious breakdown of whatever, but it at least reduces the bond from $2 million to $750. So that's pretty much what happened. He got, it was dismissed for the day, and he's expected to either walk out of jail if he hasn't already today. He's expected to do in the subsequent days because, as you guys should know, 10%, which usually bail bondsmen would take for a bond, $750,000, 10% would be $75,000, and reasonably, I think he'll be able to handle that if he has $1 million in the bank, right? Cool, all good. All right, all good. We're getting some breaking news and kind of an interesting but sad pivot here. The rapper Young Scooter has allegedly passed away. We don't know the details around his passing at this time, but the sad and unfortunate thing that we're hearing is that he has passed away on the same day as, he posts a lot of family pictures on Instagram, on the same day as his birthday. So supposedly today was his birthday. And he has passed away according to all reports. I'll just go on the last picture to see what people are saying. People are saying he died for real. Some people are saying no. Some people say, don't tell me the Jug King is dead. Some people are saying it's true, rest in peace. We did see Cardi did post on his Finsta. I guess if you call this his Finsta, because it got 2 million followers. He posted Scooter on his main page, and he says, I grew up on this shit, shaking my head. And he has a picture of Scooter. Rollo, who's an Atlanta native as well, he posted on his story. Give me a second. He posted this. The heartbroken emoji with people think that it's for Scooter. And we on, I interviewed Rollo not too long ago. Him and Scooter did have some words, but he also said that Scooter was his brother, and that it was more of a brotherly disagreement more than anything else. And their disagreement really came more of disappointment because he loved and he cared about Scooter that much. We're kind of getting people pouring in about, with their condolences and reporting that he has passed away. The circumstances, I've heard a few things, none that I really kind of want to just put out there yet. They're really unsubstantiated. Some people are saying it's by the hands of police, which we just haven't confirmed at this point. But apparently he was born on March 28th, 1986, and today is March 28th, 2025. He looked like he's passed away at the age of 39 years old. According to Say Cheese, they're saying Atlanta police has killed rapper Young Scooter, and there's more details that would come. ATL Jacob came out and says, ATL Jacob came from Young Scooter. Man, brother, you forever legendary, okay? Adam22, who posted RIP Scooter with a picture of Derek Chauvin, where Scooter said, die in jail, bitch. And maybe he was alluding to the fact that ultimately and subsequently Scooter lost his life to police, okay? They're saying, Atlanta Uncensored is saying, Atlanta rapper Young Scooter has passed away on his birthday following a shootout involving Atlanta police. That's kind of like, wow. Rolling Loud, rest in peace, Young Scooter. Why would Young Scooter have a shootout with police? It's a guy who, a lot of people love. Some people say this is the situation here. One man was killed in a shooting just blocks away from the State Farm Arena where the NCAA tournament is being played. Let's go to Dylan Fox 5. Let's see what's going on. So he was killed near like the place where they're playing basketball downtown at the big arena. Dylan Fox 5, right? That's their name? Okay. You look like they work at Fox 5 Atlanta. So one man was killed? Yes. Let's see if we get more reporting from Fox 5 Atlanta. This is kind of random. We just don't know what happened. We also have not officially confirmed that it's Scooter, even though, according to all his loved ones, he has passed away. Is there a police blotter for Atlanta that we could figure out, like, maybe what was the circumstances? So he performed a few days ago. Got in a shootout with police.
You say you a hit, man, but you ain't hit it. You say you a hit, man, but you ain't hit.
He was killed allegedly by APD downtown by Sweet Food Lounge. A police-involved shooting. Now, I'm making assumptions here, and I want to, if you watch this in the future when we do know more details, forgive me for some of the assumptions I'm making if I happen to be incorrect. When I hear police-involved shootout or shooting, I know there has been, historically, at times police have used fatal or lethal force when people are unarmed. But I think for the majority and vast majority of the time, police, if they use lethal action to that extent, it's because they're doing it because the person who is a suspect or whoever the altercation is with, there's a gun, right? We're not thinking police are just pulling up and executing people, generally. So I'm wondering, why would Young Scooter have a shootout with the cops? Did something else happen? Did they respond? Like, I don't know if you guys ever read the full police report about all the details involving the King Von situation. Like a few of King Von guys died, but died by the bullets of police. Police showed up, didn't know who was who. So anybody with a gun in their hand was almost, if there were, weapons illegal in Atlanta, but if they were doing anything that seemed like it was aggressive, they were going to neutralize that said person, right? And that makes for like an interesting situation. So you run into your op, you and your op get into it, gunshots go off, the police respond, the police don't know who's the good guys and who's the bad guys because everybody got guns. And for them, they're like, when they show up, when they say, police, put your weapons down, and niggas still got their weapons, they're shooting niggas. I don't know if that's the situation. It could be another situation where maybe Scooter had some shit on him. Allegedly. Again, we're speculating here. He got something on him. They pulling up on him. They trying to catch him, and he's like, fuck that. I'm not going to jail today. We know a couple niggas who be on that type of shit. Today, I got time. I'm pretty sure we'll get some more details, and I know my phone is buzzing, so we're going to stay on this. We're going to stay on this for a bit. Let me see. Chat, if you guys do have any additional details, videos, obviously nothing that has... what is this? Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting consistent reports that absolutely the police are involved, but I have no idea what the full reason is. Anyone else has responded? Yo, isn't it sad? You know, I feel like young Scooter has been one of those people where he had his time in music where he was, you know, people were really tapped into his music. Don't know exactly what happened with whatever with, you know, because he's Future's artist, right? But essentially, we all believed that, you know, still a legend. Locally was always seen like a legend. You know, people always had tremendous respect for him. But maybe he wasn't the hottest musician out. It's kind of unfortunate when you pass away. Like, we all are, like, so intrigued. And it's not necessarily about the artist. It's like, we're, like, kind of, and it's sad to say, we're kind of intrigued just with death, right? So it's like, he died and everyone is tweeting about him. Everyone's talking about him. Everyone's intrigued to figure out what happened to him. And I'm pretty sure maybe a few weeks ago, if he had put out a song or he had a concert, he probably would want the same level of intrigue, right? So we also got to be honest with that, too. It says Atlanta rapper Young Scooter, also known as Kenneth Edward Bailey, was reportedly shot by our police today. Our heartfelt condolences goes out to his family and friends. Let me see. Has it hit the police blotter yet? Okay, there's some local shit. Let's go to Atlanta. Yeah, it really hasn't hit anywhere yet. So this must have just happened. Now, I'm hoping that, you know, and by the way, it looks nighttime here too. So it must have just happened. Yo, I'm hoping that we don't see the cliche him bleeding out on the pavement video, because people love filming niggas' last moments, and I hope that doesn't come out at all. So it was his 39th birthday. I'm also thinking about what could have happened. 39th birthday, bro, there's no way he's sober, right? Like, that's another thing too. You know, when I hear people down on their birthday, I'm always thinking they're having a good time. They're probably intoxicated because they're celebrating. One thing leads to another. Things go left. Things compound. A bunch of bad and unfortunate circumstances leads to either an incarceration or a death. Right? This was fun.
Yeah, I just left Columbia. Always making bricks, me and Hector.
Nah, it's shit fire still.
See, they got 28. School things only, ain't no 28 though. Brick on top of brick, they go for 28. So
Nah. Has Metro, I know Metro Boomin was really close with him as well. Let's see if Metro Boomin has said anything. Has he said anything? 5 minutes ago, he just posted that he's going to be a Fountain Blue. He didn't really post nothing. Yeah. Maybe on his Twitter, Metro Boomin. I know Future will probably say something at some point. Yeah, he hasn't said anything recently on Twitter. Okay. Jeez. When I seen the news, I was thinking like, oh, is it an overdose? Because when people say so-and-so has passed away, you almost think it's like a non-violent situation, right? Oh, boy. Anybody with any information I could... I know my people are working trying to get some more shit on it, but, you know, it's pretty early on. Looked like he may have passed away, like, within the last 2 hours. I'm wondering how they have confirmed his death already, unless he was clearly just dead on arrival. Because usually even when police confirm the death, police would at least be like, we rushed him to the hospital, we tried A, B, C, and C, D, and E, and... you know, he died to his injuries. But look like they're pretty certain. I mean, look what he was up to. This is his stories right here, Chad. Yeah, he was retweeting all everybody telling him happy birthday. Everybody was just, yeah. I'm also, let me look at these other people's stories. Maybe they have said something since. 32 minutes ago. Take the ones who don't give a damn about life for real. The ones who neglect their family and children. Not the good ones. Not the ones who matter and big factors to their family. Wow. Happy birthday, young Scooter. I love you. Let's see what this person said. Look like this might be a family member. Let's see how they're dealing with stuff. 31 minutes ago. I love you so much. I hate that this happened to you on your birthday. This junk's so lame. Get your rest, bro. Get your rest, Uncle. You'll be missed. And you're one of the realest people I know. I love you so much, Uncle Scooter. Always and forever in my heart. Fuck, that's sad. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely real, Chad. It's definitely real. Happy birthday, Uncle. Let's see what this person said. Bruh, no like my uncle, bro. Huh? This is overly too much like that for real. I love you. Happy boss day, Negro. Okay. Yeah, look like everybody's reacting to this, man. Ain't no fucking way. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, everybody's reacting to this shit. Look like a lot of people who loved him, though. Okay, this person's reacted, yeah. Happy birthday, Unc. What this person say? Just talk to you, Unc. I guess it was posted screenshots. Yeah. Pretty sad, chat. It looked like his last story. What was his last story? Wow, there's a lot of people who fuck with this guy. His last story seems to be 4 hours ago, right? 4 hours ago. This is the last story. 4 hours ago. So it looked like this is a... Apparently Quavo has just posted about it too. Let's look at what Quavo said. Probably said something on the story, right?
One, that's my homes. Nigga, that's my homes. Hector, that's my homes. Jesus, that's my homes.
Yeah, kind of sad, bro. Not gonna lie to you. This is... Yeah. Wow. All right, we'll get you more information as it comes along. Yo, I want to while we're kind of on a somber note, I want to send some prayers to my man Kodak Black. Kodak Black recently was on Instagram Live, and this video is kind of going around. People are very concerned about him. I don't know if it's because maybe he looks a little bit unkempt. I don't know if it's because, he looks a little bit emaciated, which means, meager, skinny. His face looks a little bit different. I don't know what it is, but people are concerned about his health. And, today he responded to it because fans were in the comments saying, yo, this doesn't look good. And he says, yo, I'm not about to go out like DMX. Listen to what he says.
Damn, bro, this is there you go. Whoa. Say them go out like DMX, man. Shut the fuck up. Definitely ain't going out like DMX. He a legend, huh? Well, bitch, I'd rather go out like DMX and go out like... The fuck? Is it dumb? I do be feeling like DMX though a lot of time. I just said, get him, bro, chest, he said. Like, no, bitch. Like, no.
Now, I hope when he said he be feeling like DMX, there is a parallel between Kodak and DMX, right? Well, if we're talking about Kodak Black, who is poetic, Kodak Black, who invokes this Haitian culture and, some idealistic and even religious type of, context or contents towards his lyrics where he's speaking to God. DMX was known to pray. Kodak has songs like Testimony. There is a parallel about both artists that invokes, religion, faith, hope, all of those things. And they always spoke more than just of a place of it. It came through his poetry, but also as like, these are ghetto gospel leaders or ghetto preachers in a sense. So that's where I would like the comparisons to start and end. Obviously nothing with drug use or nothing like that, but I want to pray for Kodak Black. Again, Kodak is a very interesting person. I wouldn't, even though I think we sit here and we look at these videos and we try to analyze him and diagnose him, the best way to figure out Kodak Black is to be around him or talk to him. Kodak Black has never been eloquent. Kodak Black has never been someone who hasn't seen a little off in his own right. But obviously, we are sensitive to certain things, especially when we see certain images, or we see, he's lost a significant amount of weight. We see, sometimes certain mannerisms that we could identify. So I'm not saying all the outrage is just like people just doing too much, but I don't think just being on the internet we could figure out what's wrong with him or figure out if he's good. I think you got to be up close and personal with Kodak, because at the beginning of his career I thought, man, maybe this guy's just always high or whatever. Kodak is somebody, he's a rambler. He talks like a lawnmower. He's that when sober. So again, obviously we're not trying to overlook any possible signs that he might be, strung out on whatever. But I want to be fair to him as well. And I think a lot of people, we've been trying to have a public intervention to try to make sure, not necessarily that we think he's hooked on anything, but try to make sure he's healthy. So Kodak, we love you, brother. We don't want to see any health scare. And one of the things we do have to acknowledge, a lot of times when these artists are in their 20s, like Kodak Black is like 20, I don't know, like 28 now or something like that. How old is he? Yeah, he's 27. When you're 27, bro, like, even if you're on drugs or whatever, it doesn't affect you as much as when you're approaching 50, as DMX was, right? So, again, this is something that could get worse as he ages, and he might think he has a handle over it, whether it is drug use or maybe it is nothing. But whatever it is, his youthfulness in terms of age is probably saving him from looking too crazy. Now, y'all could be the judge. I don't know if I'm not seeing a white froth in the side of his mouth and all like that, but I ain't gonna lie, some of his actions and jittery, that's what I kind of care about. I also don't know if he's like taking advantage of that perception a bit, because he shot a music video where he was just sitting on the street eating chicken, and people are like, yo, this guy's really strung out. He's just sitting in the street eating chicken. And then, I get to realize, no, he was shooting a music video. So, maybe he's playing the media as well. I don't know. I would hope people close to him would, sometimes you can't control these artists or tell them what to do, but at least try to put your input in to make sure Kodak is good. Kodak's one of our legends and always will be. All right. Let me see, man. This is the final. Oh, Cardi's back at number 1. Salute to Cardi. Kendrick looked like he edged out Drake this week. Impressive for Kendrick, because GNX been out for a while. SZA's always holding, like, yo, these women love some SZA, right? What else going on this chart? Morgan Wallen, Benito doing good still. All good. All right. Let me see if I can find out anything more about young Scooter. If I can, I will try to get that report over to you guys ASAP, but I don't know. Okay. Okay, hold on. All right. I did want to go over the indictment, the Big U indictment, for those who care. Let me see. Also, I'll give y'all a yay update. I'm waiting on them. Like, the thing's done and edited, bro. Okay? They gave me about 9 edits. I did the edits. Again, like, we're approaching a point where I think I'm going to ask Kanye directly, bro, do you just not want the interview out? If you don't want it out, it's fine. Like, it's okay. It's like literally okay. You know what I mean? But I'm not trying to, and really, I'm thinking, I don't know if Kanye's standing on everything he said in the interview. I'm going to be honest. That's just what it is. Because, we've taken certain shit out. It's up to him. He might not want that out. I don't want nobody thinking I'm taking advantage of them. I don't need to get a click off nobody's name. I'm good. So I'm getting to the point where I'm like, yo, yeah, if you don't want an interview out, just tell me you don't want it out. It'll never come out. I've tucked mad interviews. Matter of fact, today, who called me? Youngboy called me. By the way, Youngboy sounded mad sober. Salute to Youngboy. But Youngboy, I guess he's seen like the little snippet of what we did in Utah. He's like, yo, act. So he'll send it to me. Like, maybe we put that out. I said, all right. I said, bro, you know our agreement. We had said when we were face to face, I won't drop nothing unless you agree with it. And especially that time he was on house arrest, I would never want to drop something and then they play it in court like, yo, he had 14 people at his house. He's only allowed 6. That was one of the big things, right? He was on federal house arrest that mandated that only a certain amount of people could be in the house. And, rules get bended a little bit. So you don't want to be the guy who brings a camera in there and exposes that maybe he has one extra, you know what I mean? Like, so, because you're bringing a camera. So for me, I was like, whatever he's comfortable with, because he's the one on house arrest, right? But anyway, maybe that comes out. But I don't know. For this Kanye interview at this point, last thing they told me was to blur a license plate. I blurred the license plate. Again, tomorrow Actually, I should probably text him now because he's in Japan and the time difference is weird. I'm just going to text him like, yo, bro, do you not want the interview out? It's fine. Like, we don't have to put it out. You get what I'm saying? Because I think I've done all the editing that you could do. You know, so that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah. Okay. So for all the Ye fans, if y'all want me to snake your favorite rapper and just like put it out, I can. But I don't want to put it out and then he gets online and be like, yo, academics took advantage of me. I didn't really mean to say that. You know what I mean? Like, he's bipolar. So I think he went to Japan, he calmed down. He's like, maybe not fuck these guys. So I don't know. Bruh, I did what I had to do. Kanye's a phenomenal artist. I know some people, they take the stance with me to say, yo, these niggas are wasting your time. Like, if they're wasting your time and they're not publishing, they don't want the interview out, fuck them, just put it out. Bro, it's okay. I don't really care. You know what I mean? It's like, I never made my name off interviews. So, Plus, I always look at it like this. I think I got some of the most classic content never released. You know what I mean? And if it ever get released, we'll see. But that was epic. It still is epic. And I do think he wants to put it out. I think he wants to put it out. Part of me really thinks he wants to put it out. I think how it happened, me and Kanye was just sitting in front of each other or just talking to each other, and we did the interview. And I think other people that are around because when I'm sending them the footage, like there's like 3 middlemen. You know what I mean? Everybody's looking at it and everybody's like panicking, like, oh my God, how could we? And Ye is trying to, that's his people. So then I'm dealing with these guys and they're like basically like take everything out. Just delete the interview. So that's why I'm like, I'm at the point where I'm gonna just ask Ye, like, do you want me to just tuck the interview? Like, it just won't come out. It's fine. It's fine. You get what I'm saying? So in between, either maybe he's felt differently about some of these things, or maybe the people who are his team are probably panicking like, what the fuck? If we could prevent this from coming out or prevent it from whatever, we're going to do it. Fine. Doesn't matter to me. I think I'll release a vlog that you'll see Ye in the vlog, but you won't. It's nothing that's interview stuff unless he's cool with it. And I know for some people, I'm like, why do you need a nigga approval? Bruh, if somebody is, if I'm sharing my platform with someone and they're saying things that could hurt them, that they're, if they leave after the interview and hit me and say, hey, could I see what I said? Because I ain't gonna lie, I was on one. Hey, go look at it. I'm not trying to do no got you interviews with nobody. You get what I'm saying? This is not who I am. So that's your update for the Kanye interview. I'm hoping it comes out tomorrow. It's already uploaded. The last edit, well, did I upload the one with they told me to blur one license plate, which I was like, it's an SUV. Okay, you got it. I blurred it. Whatever. And yes, and I'll tell you, so when Kanye was in LA, I was texting directly to Kanye. Now I'm texting like someone in the security detail. And then I'm texting another person. So that's why if you've seen the text, I put up a text on my Instagram of kind of like how it looked. I don't know if it's still there. But it's like they're telling me because they're next to Ye and they're like, this is what Ye says, right? So that's why it says forwarded. And they're saying this is Ye saying this. To act, yes. Gonna check and hit back in 30. I asked him today, hey, are I'll tell you what I asked him. I said, any other feedback from Ye? He says, not yet, sir. He's reviewing it now. This is today at 4 o'clock. I don't know, bro. So for y'all who are like eagerly waiting, what I can tell you about the interview, there might be some stuff that you're like maybe shocked that he says or whatever, but I mean, you've seen his tweets. Like, you know what I mean? You've seen the tweets. What do you think? His tweets are kind of close to the reality that he's experiencing and his point of view. He just gives a little bit more context. Yeah. So, I know. And potentially maybe I should have only mentioned the interview when I knew I was going to put it out. So I'll take that L, because it's at the point where I'm like, I've been down this road before. I feel like they're trying to, in a roundabout way, saying, yeah, I was tripping. I don't believe nothing I said then. Do not put this shit out, please. And I'm gonna tell them, okay, that's fine. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, that's the mode I feel it's in now, and it's cool. You get what I'm saying? I think Ye deleted all his tweets on X, right? I think he deleted all his tweets, and I don't know. I don't know if I should take this as maybe some of the stuff he tweeted out before he's having a change of mind. Oh, never mind. It's up here. I thought you got deleted. Oh, no, he just stopped tweeting. What the fuck? I know it's going to sound like a Tarantino movie, but here goes. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Yeah, this is a story you told me in an interview. This is the same story you told me in an interview. And then they kind of asked me to take it out. And I was, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. We love Kanye. That's not Kanye. This nigga look gay. Who the heck is this? We love Kanye. That's all we do. We love Kanye. We love Kanye. All right? We love Ye. And again, I'll take the blame for the fans. If Ye don't want it out, if his team don't want it out, bro, it's probably for their benefit in whatever way they see it. I know sometimes I get hyped up on content, but he'll do more interviews, bro. So it's all good. It's all good. Okay. I know y'all still gonna harass me. I'm still waiting on the text. And again, it's already uploaded. I could literally just like tweet it out. I could just tweet out the link where it's at. But I'm just not that type of guy, bro. Okay. All right, let's get into this Big U shit, man. This shit's a trip. So if you guys haven't seen the full indictment, if you guys go to the Academy page, I do have the entire indictment up here. And this is the 43 count indictment, which the feds got LA in a chokehold. You know, remember I had a heated conversation with WAC 100? And, you know, I seen a lot of people say, yo, oh my God, my baby. Come here, princess. Okay. All right. It's her and her damn daughter. Hold on, I gotta get these girls up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Come on. Okay. Come on. Give me a second. Let me just get them upstairs. Come on. Hey. All right. My bad. They think it's Kentucky Derby up in my crib. Trust. That's my female dog and her daughter. Big Pluto's above me, and his son out there putting in some reps. You feel me? If you don't know, I got 4 Rottweilers. Best dogs in the world, okay? Best dogs ever. All right, cool. So let me just kind of get back into it again. So, chat, if you guys don't know, man, right? Like, so me and Wack, we had this conversation on, stream, and a lot of people, I see a lot of people in the comments, they're like, yo, why you allow Wack to talk to you like this, blah, blah, yo, he's sonning you. And for me, I look at it as a content, but also we have different approaches. Let me tell you this. Anytime we're talking to Wack 100, Wack is notorious for using ad hominem attacks, personal insults, to distract from what you're actually saying, right? What I literally said, it wasn't necessarily aimed to make Wack look any way, but this is the reality of it. I think LA podcasters and everybody from the LA community that are in gangs should take this indictment of Big U as a wake-up call. I know everybody thinks, because I hear it every single day, is content. I said this, it is not content when the federal authorities come to your door. It is not. You need a lawyer, and you shouldn't want to jump on Clubhouse or other social media platforms to talk about what their dealings is with you. That's just the reality of it. So when I said after seeing this indictment, the feds want everybody who has used this as content. This is a content RICO. Everybody who has said it's content, we got content, this is the content RICO. I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, Big U arrested. Brick Baby arrested. Which, by the way, I'll let you know, Brick Baby's not on this indictment, which tells me the feds been watching and waiting for these West Coast niggas so much, there's other indictments to come because Brick ain't on this indictment. He's on another one, but there seems to be another indictment that's going to be superseding, tying everybody into a bigger one. Because this is more for the Big U enterprise. It looks like they're going to do another one that's going to have more rolling 60s. So because they had picked up 16 people, only about like 6 are on this one. So here's the point what I'm trying to say. I'm on Clubhouse all the time. Well, not Clubhouse, but I listen to it in the morning. And I hear these people openly talk about cases, intimidate other people that they have to talk about their cases, talk about former crimes, talk about what's happening in the streets, who got stripped, who got robbed. Yo, bro, he had to pay this amount of money for blah, 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 blah. He got stripped down to whatever. And it's clear. The feds have outlined that they've used all these stories to corroborate what they now know is true based on speaking of victims or having other proof. And my thing when I asked Wack, I say, yo, Wack, there's two things. The feds might be looking at you as a potential victim. Why? Because you're listed in the RICO case in one of what's called the overt acts. I'm gonna define all these things in a minute. You could have been a victim in the case. So that's why. And again, when I say victim, street, that's why I said Wack is good. Because most people listen is like, yo, Wack is disrespecting act. No. Wack also do a really slick a hand with when he's talking. The biggest killer in the world could be seen as a victim by police. If someone rear ends you and you get hurt, you're the victim. It don't matter if you're tough. It's not that being a victim doesn't mean you're a bitch. The police or the investigators in this case are looking at anybody who Big U has threatened, intimidated, tried to harm, or may have harmed. Wack 100 is listed as someone that they tried to do something to. Okay? I just made a very simple conclusion. This is the feds. They keep saying this. Yo, chat, I'll make another bold prediction. I want everybody to print this. The whole we got content, I guarantee it stops for this case. There will be no more content about this case. Who want to bet? You know why? The feds done talk to all the content people. I guarantee you. Adam, you come in here. I want to talk to you about this. Could you give us this cease and desist? What I asked Wack is, it's reasonable to assume that maybe they would ask you or show up and be like, hey, Wack, could you come down here? We want to talk to you about these guys trying to do something to you, whether they were successful or not. Now, granted, I don't think Wack, Wack's the big pyro. He ain't going to oblige to that. He's going to be like, fuck out of here. Talk to my lawyer. Plead the fifth, whatever. Cool. Got it. But it still doesn't defeat the point that the feds are going to do their job. They're going to go talk to all these people. And I keep telling y'all, everything is content till the feds knock on your door. Adam is the only person, and even he admitted, he said his lawyer was the first person to handle it. So the feds, I believe, if they drop an indictment like this, they would want to talk to everybody that's ancillary. Hey, these guys used to go to this place. There was a fight here. We're also looking at the Big U. We heard about cease and desist. We want it from you, Adam. I would imagine they would at least want to talk to Wack. Wack seemingly was a little bit, I don't know if it was defensive, but I think Wack did the typical Wack tactic when asked a direct question that it's not that he's gonna lie, because if you notice, he never said the feds have never tried to talk. Around it, like he kind of was hinting that no, but he never really answered the question directly. It was more ad hominem attacks, accurate line, accurate square. You're just not into this type of shit. You don't know nothing about nothing, which it could all be true, but doesn't answer the question. Okay? And that's the point. You know, if you're one person who, you know, the content gang on Clubhouse only care about disrespect. We're out of the disrespect time. This is, we're into the weeds of, y'all have talked on Clubhouse and on podcasts for 3 years. That is now we are seeing a active current investigation and an indictment about all these things y'all have talked about. It shouldn't be surprising if the feds say, let's talk to you privately to see if you said this on Clubhouse, podcast, you tweeted this, you said that. Let's see if we could get some content from you. It's reality. We just gotta be honest. It's reality. You know, it's the feds. So I believe we're gonna see a lack of content about this case. You know why? It's easy to do content when you're not involved. It's easy. Right? And also you want to stay out of it. Like, for example, I love covering cases. I know some of y'all be like, why don't you cover your civil case? What's going on with that? I would love to. But I have a fucking lawyer that says, listen, we're handling this shit in court. Shut the fuck up. Because their lawyer is going to just wait till you say something or misspeak and add it to the fucking thing. By the way, we're going to get to find out. Big U, when he was in the back of that car talking all that shit before he turned himself in, they added it to the grand jury indictment, which means it's not content. I'm going to tell y'all why this is the content RICO. I've never seen a RICO case ever. And by the way, LA podcasters, y'all got to stop, man. AdSense is not this good. I swear, I've been getting paid for AdSense for damn near 15 years. It is not this good. When I see, if you're locked up, respectfully, you shouldn't care what's going on at No Jumper. When I see Brick Baby calling in, I'm like, ain't no way. You shouldn't be on no phone. Look. This is nasty work, and I'm a civilian. And this is where the current culture of not only LA podcasting has made it, but this whole is content has made it. We don't need you to call in from the feds. This isn't that, like, the people in jail are still trying to amuse the people sitting at home with popcorn. It's crazy. Check out the content. This is not content. I don't know who needs to hear it. And I'm saying this respectfully to Brick, Loose, all of them. Y'all are in a federal indictment. This shit is serious.
We only got like 4-5 minutes to talk.
All right, look, you live. Brick, you live.
The moment Brick hears that, he should have hung the fuck up. Could you imagine Lil Durk being like, yo, Ack, we on stream? Ack, we on stream, gang? Yo, Ack, man. Man, I know I'm facing this case, man, but listen, man, fuck them niggas from the other side, man. You sent my album out, man. This We Got Content shit has gotten so far, the one time y'all should just be quiet and chill. Let the lawyer do the talking. You only got 5 more minutes. I only got 5 more minutes, but yo, we live? We live?
Live. They can hear you. All right.
Shit, I ain't saying nothing. No, it just is what it is. Free to know. You already know what it is. Free to break. And nigga not tripping. We right here live from the feds. And ain't.
We live from the feds. Someone has to tap these guys on the shoulder and say, you're in federal prison or a federal jail, a federal facility. You shouldn't be worried about the Tuesday show at No Jumper. Respectfully. What's going on? And I'm thinking LA and the West Coast is the place where all these niggas are certified gangsters. They always been in the chain gang. I don't see this shit when they hit niggas with RICOs on the East Coast. You seen Casanova Group go down? I seen Cas do an interview, but he's already convicted. Yeah, if the case already done, you're doing some time, cool. But before the indictment comes down, before the feds even show you all the cards, y'all talking? What the hell going on in LA? Yo, AdSense money is not this sweet. You know what's crazy too? I don't even think Adam would be like, yo, bro, since you called in from the show, I'm going to pay you like you was here. You called in from jail to the show. I'm going to just pay you like you was here. What? This is content. No, it's not.
Shit happening with the brick gang. We do shit to people. We the people. We ain't.
Oh, my God. My client is in a indictment federally for having guns and robbing people, and he calls into No Jumper to say we do shit to people. No, not like this.
The feds and ain't shit happening with the brick gang. We do shit to people. We the people. We ain't.
Bruh! We got content. Like, come on, bro. Come on, chat. We got content. Yo, let me tell you this. Clout is a hell of a drug. You got all these gangsters that cannot stay off the phone. They heard it was wiretaps, and they're still calling. They heard it was wired. It's like, and you know what's crazy? There's no more people optimistic than the people who's in jail. Yo, how last week episode do? Good? All right, bet. Let's go viral again. Yo, I get 15 minutes call soon. Like, yo, let me. What's going on? Respectfully, if y'all are on Clubhouse, again, you're going to have the civilians do what they do. But if you're named in this case and you over here still, come on, bro. Y'all got to chill. Y'all talk about somebody. Let me tell you this. Again, I have no criminal cases, but let's say I shot a nigga, right? Hopefully I never do, right? But let's say I shot a nigga. I got like an assault case with a gun. Bro, the last thing I would want to be online doing is breaking down my case. When the feds or whoever are trying to like build the case. Like, this is like, I haven't seen, the LA scene, I've called this Big U case the content RICO. Because the niggas who locked up refuse to stop giving us content. They refuse. You're facing life. All right, fuck that. But let's get to the content. What? Wait, hold on. When will they stop? Right now, the West Coast is making AR Ab look like a saint.
I've seen him do it.
The niggas on the West Coast, nothing don't happen to us. We do the shit to people. Wait, what? Hold up. Bruh, y'all can't take 6 months off contenting right now?
From the feds and ain't shit happening with the brick gang. We do shit to people. We the people. We ain't, you know what I mean? We ain't going for none of that. I heard there's some shit going viral talking about a nigga that did something.
Yo, if you're in jail worrying about what went viral, that's the problem. You need to worry about what's going viral in the grand jury. What's going viral in the discovery. What's going viral at your detention hearing. And what's going to go viral when the judge hear it and deny your bond. What's going on? How are we still worried about the content? What? Yo, we're not seeing this nowhere but LA. Respectfully, I love y'all LA, but y'all got to stand accountable for this. Yo. Yeah, I know I'm facing life and shit, but I seen some shit on the internet. I thought niggas saying it's going viral. Talk about pick my booger and eat it, man. Tell niggas suck my dick, nigga. Yo, tell these niggas, man. Yo, listen, I don't pick no boogers. All I do is pick the ops off the field, nigga. Fuck that. Let them know. Get this viral. We got content. I can't believe it. This is crazy.
To a nigga, man. 6'7". Nigga ain't out the way, man. Come on, man. The nigga ain't touched me.
Man, come on, man. You already know. They on there. It's a whole bunch of rumors flying around. They said you got hit up in there, all type of shit.
Man, I'm that guy, dude. Like, not like that, though, bro. But, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, this is where I grew up at, gang. So, this like second nature.
This nigga just started like, this nigga did a face palm in real life, bro.
I mean, unfortunately, this is where I grew up at, gang. So, this like second nature to a nigga. But it's all gravy. We right.
This call is from a federal prison.
Yeah.
We got content. Yo, this is sick. When you hear that drop, we got content. Yo, this is crazy.
This call is from a federal prison.
Yo, if you get into the content and it say that drop over it.
This call is from a federal prison.
Wait, we still contenting? Yo, this is crazy.
It ain't what a nigga think it is. A nigga be back soon. They probably gonna give a nigga a bail soon, but you know what I mean? They on the way.
That's love. That's love. Glad to hear from you. Glad that you can talk to the people and let them know that you're safe. Cause there's been rumors going around, all type of shit.
And I'm on the main line, nigga. Ain't on none of that other shit. So nigga, it is what it is. Free the brick. I'm finna be right here to
Please ask me.
I can't really talk too much on the phone about nothing crazy. You already know.
100%.
Free me. Yeah.
It's just free brick. The people wanted to hear you.
Nah, he ain't go that crazy. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. This next nigga, who's my man's? Chat, this is the worst shit I've ever seen, bro. Loose Cannon, my man. He called in and looked like he was going to trial on No Jumper. Nigga, the host, they were trying to hang up on a nigga. They're like, yo, hang up. Yo, hang up on this guy. Look, hang up on this guy, please. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Loose, what's cracking, bro?
Loose Cannon.
What's up with it, King? How you doing?
Not much, man. We tapped in right now. We got the Viral Way on here. We got Lush, and we got the one and only Munchie B. Andre.
What up? What up with everybody?
Chilling, man. Yeah, we were just having conversations, and we were kind of...
We got content!
I guess first question is just how are you doing in there? What's your state of mind as you're locked up?
Yo, I've never seen people make jail look like it's that lit. Like, yo, jail is just where we go to go get the content. Like, we're coming back soon. Nigga, I would see RICO and be like, yo, when I see RICO, in my mind, I hear 20 years. These niggas are looking at it like it's going to be 20 minutes. LA niggas might be built differently because this all about the content.
State of mind is good because at the end of the day, it's like, let the truth be known. Like, I don't even put the niggas. You know what I'm saying? So everything else is false.
Okay. Do you what's your media strategy in terms of talking on podcasts, doing live streams, etc., while you're in federal custody?
No, it's not that. It's just I'm doing the same thing that I was doing outside. You know what I'm saying? Nothing changed. At the end of the day, it's like,
yo, this is crazy. Nah, I'm just inside. Like, ain't shit changed. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, that's very crazy. Yo, I'm facing a federal RICO charge but ain't goddamn thing changed. Sweetie! 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 No. We got content. No. Stop. Please stop. Just stop it.
I don't have to. I have no parts of what happened, what's going on, or anything like that. But I ain't gonna say anything. A lot of people.
Now, when you get a street nigga on the phone, this is why you gotta hang up on him. When a street nigga said, "I ain't gonna say nothing," he finna tell us everything. Hold on.
Rolled over and turned on the nigga, and it is what it is.
Who turned on you already?
No.
Yo. Vlad 22's over here. Who turned on you? Who's snitching? What? Oh, let's just commit witness intimidation right on the federal phone. Live on the podcast, witness intimidation. Who turned on you? Who's snitching? This is, we got content.
No, I'm talking about on Big Usefulness.
Oh, people are already telling on him.
Yeah. So.
Oh, this is crazy. Do these niggas not realize when you're charged with something and you're then publicly saying, yo, there's people telling on us? Number one, it looks very horrible when that's played in court, because it's like you're saying that someone is implicating you. It's almost presumes or assumes guilt, even though that's not how court works. But when they're thinking about letting you out on bail or bond, it's not about beyond a reasonable doubt. It's really about a lot of discretion. And if you like, this man snitches in here, man, like, we only in here because a couple niggas couldn't keep their mouth shut. Yeah, they're not going to let you out.
So it's like, I'm just sitting in here right now, just going through the process.
Damn.
Is everybody telling loose, or do you know specifically who's been telling?
Shit, everybody got out. The only people that's still in here is what me breaking him.
Have you had any conversations that were basically like, we'll let you out right now, you just got to tell us this, this, and this?
Hell no, that ain't no conversation.
So they consider you to be such a crucial part of this case that they're not even proposing a deal.
No, I haven't. No, it's not that. It's not that at all.
Safety valve?
Just the point of it is it's just...
They throwing in all type of words. Safety valve? Are you proffering?
It's not going to happen. Just put it that way.
The feds know that you're so solid that they wouldn't even ask you to talk.
No, it's not going to happen.
So did you catch word that I just revealed it like an hour ago on this podcast, but basically the feds came to my house and the one and only thing that they were interested in was the cease and desist from Big U because of your appearance on the podcast with Wack, in which you basically said...
By the way, let me also put this out as well. I think it was not smart for Adam to be divulging that information. You know, again, what Wack says he's whatever. But the reason why this case is going how it's gone is because of people using public platforms to put out proprietary information on a federal investigation. So from the timing of the arrest to all these things, the police is realizing niggas is fucking up their investigation. Adam, they try to get some shit from Adam on the low because they're probably working on see if they could tie Big U to Nipsey, and Adam's on a podcast blabbing, and not only that, he's telling the defendant who's in jail on a podcast saying, yo, they asked me about remember you told the story about Big U and whatever, and I got the cease and desist. They wanted that. Bro, the feds is watching this shit like, okay, all right, so if we're gonna, not that Adam's in trouble, but if we're gonna play him, we gotta play him a certain type of way because he's gonna use everything because this is the we got content indictment. Everything is content. Listen, I just want to give y'all the comparisons. You ever heard me tell y'all anything about what happened or if anything happened with 6ix9ine when they were trying to talk to everybody around him. I ever told you them stories? You won't hear them fucking stories. And that shit's over. Yeah, that ain't content. Not in my book. I don't live in LA. In LA, that's content. In New York, New Jersey, you catch a RICO. Obviously, I wasn't in threat of catching none. But you even get visited by the feds. Nigga, shit, your dick shrink and your balls shrivel up, nigga. You like, your heart start beating. It is what it is. For these niggas, we got content.
That Big U had knowledge of the Nipsey situation before it happened.
No, see, the thing is, it's like, I'm going to say it like this, because I keep going through something. It's just why send a cease and desist if it's not true. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are suggesting. Yeah.
Why is he saying this on the phone?
Yeah, even if it's not true, it is
right. Yo, this thing is so confused. I don't know who this guy is, but he's so confused. He's like, wait, we talking to a man in jail about investigation shit? Wait, what's going on here?
It's a defamatory statement for sure. Absolutely. I could understand him not wanting that out there, even if it wasn't true, to keep it a stack.
Yo, this nigga looking around like, yo, he looking around like he think he's surrounded by feds. Just watch his face. He getting tight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What'd you say, Lush?
I was saying it's a defamatory statement regardless, so I could see him.
He's
not
shaking
wanting
his head.
it out there if it wasn't true.
Bro, somebody got to tap on the shoulder. We got content. He looking at this thing like, wait, are we serious? Yeah, nigga, we serious. This is West Coast shit, nigga. We call the prisoners up and talk about their case. What's the problem?
Yeah. But if you wanted to prove somebody that was a liar, right? You just
He's shaking his head.
pull it out. I mean, put it out, right? No. Why stop it?
He about to catch a fit. Is he popping in the LA podcast scene? If he's not popping, no, actually, I sat with him before. I interviewed with this nigga. He came out with Flacco one time. Hey, somebody got to tap him on the shoulder. If he want to be 10 times a bigger podcast host, he got to get into shit like this. Like, he's trying to be too street right now. Like, whoa, are we talking? No, this is what the internet wants. The internet wants content, and it's definitely content when somebody's facing 20 years in jail and they're on a podcast, definitely down to talk about their case. Yes, that's content. Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. But if we talking right, that's facts, right? Why stop something that you're saying is a lie?
Right. I mean, hey, I guess he really wanted to stop that narrative, I guess.
When a lie linger too long, it become the truth, bro.
Yeah, I'm not his defense attorney.
Yo, this guy right here, I think his name is Munchie B. Like, this nigga is hilarious. He talk exactly how I expect everybody from LA to talk. When a lie becomes the truth. Blood, cuz.
But I could think of a few.
Like, nobody want to lie out there about him, so that's why you would do it cease and desist. If you feel it ain't true.
Well, that's like, that's like career-ending information. You know what I mean? Like, or statement. If people associate him with the death of somebody so beloved, that fucks off his business, right?
But everybody is getting misconstrued. Nobody's saying that he has something to do with it. He just acknowledged. I mean, no, it's just like if somebody on somebody that know me, right, and they basically be like, man, I'm either gonna get that nigga because of whoop-de-whoop, and I be like, well, shit, go and get your man. You get what I'm saying? That's just how it is. My statement is, Nipsey wasn't his brother. Nipsey wasn't like his son. He keeps claiming that and putting that energy in the air when he didn't fuck with him.
One nigga just walked off. Hey, for whoever this nigga who walked off, bro, I'm ashamed of you, nigga. You don't want to make the fucking federal government discovery supercut. This is gonna be in the federal government discovery supercut. You don't want to be in the highlight reel, nigga. You walking off set, nigga. You ain't trying to be part of the content?
This is how it is. My statement is, Nipsey wasn't his brother. Nipsey wasn't like...
Yo, yeah, he had to... Listen, the moment a nigga in jail while facing a RICO charge says, my statement is, we don't care what you say. You can say, my statement is I like cheeseburgers. No statements. No statements.
His son. he keeps claiming
said,
that
I'm outta
he's
here.
putting that energy in the air when he didn't fuck with Nipsey and Nipsey didn't fuck with him.
He said
when the
Nipsey just flew him out before they passed. They patched it up.
No, they didn't.
They was in
patch
New
it
York
up
together or
because-
something like that.
Yeah, they went to New York for a video shoot, but it was still animosity.
Yo, it's crazy that Luce is in jail talking like this. This is crazy. Yo, Luce, I love you, bro. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, bro. Bro, you gotta stop, bro. Please. Please, bro.
It was still a situation that happened after that. Why?
Yo, he's still talking. Yo, this is why I blame Wack a lot, bro. Yo, Luce is locked up, my nigga, in federal custody. Got denied bond. Don't know if he's gonna come home next week, next month, or next year. And he literally is still volunteering more information on the jail phone. This is why I blame Wack, because Wack sat next to the nigga and walked him into saying all this shit about Nipsey. And not that he wasn't gonna say it, but like basically set it up. He was just like throwing alley-oops and Luce was just biting. He was just like dunking him like it was like prime D Wade and motherfucking LeBron. You know what I mean? So like you can tell Luce is about the content. He don't give a fuck. Even when he's locked up, he don't give a fuck.
He didn't go and support Black Sam at the Marathon Burgers then. If everything was patched up.
No, for sure that ain't patched up. We saw that in the Black Sam interview for sure.
Cause Nipsey is Big U little homie essentially from 60s. Black Sam is not from rolling 60s. That's just Nipsey's brother.
No, Black
so he
Sam-
don't have to support Black Sam like he will support Nipsey, his little homie, his younger homie.
Good point.
That's not the same thing.
No, yes it is, because the marathon continues. The Marathon Burgers, anything that marathon is based off of Nipsey. Like that's what he stood for. That's what he pushed. That's what he wanted to do. That's his thing.
Hey, if you pass away tomorrow, Adam not fucking with your twin brother, bro. so that marathon ain't gonna
This
continue.
nigga just keep shaking his head.
'Cause he messed with you, not your brother.
Yo, you know what's so crazy? LA podcasters and especially Clubhouse, I watch them like they do like kind of what we do. So when it's a New York situation, Texas, Florida, I see them break it down. Memphis, Jacksonville, they breaking it down. I see it. But now this shit is squarely on the West Coast, and they don't really realize, hey, news flash to the niggas on the West Coast. When I did the war in Chirac, I lived in Jersey. I never did a war in Jersey. Y'all niggas need to know when it's happening in your backyard or your mans is involved in the case, and you might want to say, I'm going to sit this one out. Newsflash, it's okay to sit it out. It's okay. They just ran a TMZ article on the nigga I fuck with the other day. I just act like I ain't see it. That's my mans. You know what I'm saying? They trying to put my man's Joe in some shit. I ain't see that shit. I was like Stevie Wonder. I ain't see it. I ain't see it. That's my mans. That's my mans. I'm sorry. Call me biased. That's my mans. If it wasn't my mans, I'd seen it all the way. It is what it is. Okay? LA folks, it's okay to skip a story.
The thing is, if somebody's pushing the narrative, right, and it's in all good honors of Nipsey. If I have my brother, not my twin brother, but if I have my brother,
This nigga's so pissed.
You don't like the
on
Twitter, though.
the
He said, no.
situation or whatever like that, I would have Adam. I hope what Adam would still support. If something happened to Brick or whatever like that, I'm pretty sure Brick's wife or whatever like that, Adam would still support that. It's different.
That is true. If me and Brick were beefing, and then we got cool right before he died, and then his girl opens up Brick Burger.
Oh, you about to
For
leave?
sure,
You're going
I'm
to
at the Brick Burger. I'm turning up the Brick Burger.
Yeah.
I'm chasing Rockstar across the street.
So
Now, the
since
Brick Burger
Chris
sound
been in jail,
fire.
have you checked on Mama Bear?
We've been talking. Yeah. I helped him out around Christmas time and all that
Shouts
kind
to
of shit.
Mama
yeah.
Bear. We love Mama Bear.
All right.
And Granny Bear.
Definitely. Man, if he was out, he would probably be in this RICO too.
Busting all these.
Yo, they joking about the RICO, which I get, it's content, right? Fuck it, it's content. They joking about the RICO like niggas caught a parking ticket. Yo, this is crazy.
JK.
Look, I got no comment on the RICO. Nothing to do with the RICO. No comment.
Oh, that was a Crip joke. My bad.
Oh man, so that's Loose Cannon's wife jumping in. That's Sharice. Shout out to Sharice. She's like, yo, come on, nigga, Stop it, Adam. But you gotta realize Adam white. So like Adam, he could do shit like that. You know what I mean? He's just a white boy.
You know it's free loose. It's free loose. Free other guys.
Like, everybody is gonna support everybody. Only the real is gonna stand. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody that was on that indictment rolled over. Everybody out of jail. Everybody was making statements.
So you
can't say that, bro. They rolled over. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, nigga. I be listening to these LA niggas talk about the YSL shit, nigga. We never heard Gunna one time on the phone. We never heard Thug one time on the phone, bro. Not the federal, the jail phone.
You and Brick are the only ones who didn't have anything to say.
We the only one that's still in jail, right?
I didn't know everybody
damn
was
near,
released. I
yeah.
didn't know
Of
they
the
were
ones
all
we know.
released.
It was 4 already in jail though. When they
Everybody else
changed
is
Linda.
out.
Damn, everybody being out is bugged out.
Loose, activate your patience, man. Stay off that phone.
Hey, how do you feel about people celebrating people going to jail?
Ooh.
That nigga said stay off the phone. And the other guy was just
crazy.
Yeah, the ops are throwing a party.
Okay, so
The ops.
Okay, so think about this, right? Because I never ever celebrated that. I took a stance on that before.
No, not you. I'm talking about how you feel about others celebrating.
I don't fuck with it. Not at all.
So you don't fuck with 600 and whack celebrating people going to jail?
Oh man, this is a setup question. You looking like ain't no way you ask this nigga if you fuck with two niggas. You gotta remember, Whack is mentioned in the paperwork, even though Loose and Whack were cool at one point. Whack is mentioned as a rival. Oh, so you don't fuck with them niggas.
I don't fuck with nobody celebrating a nigga going to jail, but I don't think Whack and 600 take that stance. I just think they just don't fuck with Big Youth.
I ain't heard him laugh this much.
You think Wack's been celebrating, Munchie? You really think he's been celebrating?
It might be a little muted, but yeah, it's damn near a ticker tape parade
It's like
over
a
there.
passive aggressive celebration.
The 100 side? Oh yeah.
100 side turning up.
They celebrate, but at the end of the day, it's like it's the best outcome for him. But other people have been affected by certain situations he's done. But I don't want him to go to jail. I'd rather if we beef him, we handle this shit on the street.
Why is Kel on the phone saying that?
Yeah, I don't know if you should say
that.
We got content. Yo, so why is this nigga on the phone saying if we beefing, we handle it in the streets? No, this is, yo, LA, y'all got it, bruh. Y'all got it, bruh. LA got it, dog.
I don't want him to go to jail. I'd rather if we beef him, we handle this shit on the street.
Why is Kel on the phone saying that?
Yeah, I don't know if you should say
hang
that.
up, hang up, Kel. Hang up. Like, hang up, bro. Y'all, you doing crazy shit now, Kel. Hang up.
Like, I don't want him to go to jail. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Shitty burger.
That's just kind of weird for somebody to say, I want
Y'all niggas crazy,
my enemy to go to jail.
Y'all letting this nigga incriminate himself. Hang up, cuz.
No street dudes say that, Adam.
I know, but nigga, don't do it while we on here because it look like we condoning it, cuz. We're not with that, bro.
Luce, the viral way wants to make it clear that they think you're incriminating yourself and that you should stop.
Who's the viral way?
Long as you
Podcast from Long Beach.
Yeah, we don't got nothing to do with what he doing. I just don't want to watch him do that, bro.
Shout out to them, too.
Hey, Luce, hang up, bro. Let your lawyer talk.
You ain't got one yet.
Hell nah. Fucking lawyer ain't giving us no fucking content. Fucking lawyer ain't gonna make this shit go viral. Fuck that.
Say what?
I said hang up and let your lawyer talk, bro. Like, they gonna use this for content. Don't do that shit, man.
Yeah, yeah, we got content. Yo, the fuck?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not saying anything that I haven't.
Nah, bro, but you in some real shit, bro. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Activate your patience, like bro said. All this circus, don't do that, bro. You in facing some real life shit. This the internet. Don't do that. They gonna laugh at you. None of these niggas gonna put money on your books. None of these.
Adam's so like money on his books. Hold on now.
Niggas gonna come visit you. They're gonna laugh at you when this phone call hang up, cuz. Don't. The fame ain't worth that shit.
Everything you'll go. Even the females they go bounce on you.
That's not bad advice.
He already got one.
What females you talking about, my nigga?
Man, that's how I go.
What you talking about? Because you got his wife right here. So what you talking about?
Hey, if you his wife and you care about him, stop letting him do
What
this.
you talking about?
I'm talking about the majority of y'all.
He's gonna do.
Hey, look, niggas gonna do what they want, but I'm gonna give you some real advice.
You know how that shit go.
He been to the pen before. He know.
Calling in from the don't. That's
Look,
out.
Shrees. Long as you keep the visits coming, and the pen and paper, some pictures. You know, some. You gonna do what you do. That's just how I go.
I'm gonna just need y'all to put a little respect on people's names and don't try to be disrespectful here.
No, that's
all right?
that's to the gender.
Before we just really cut the line off, and that'll be that.
Hey, respect his.
She cut it off.
Hey, look, respect his freedom. Stop letting him do this to himself.
Okay, and respect his woman, and respect him too.
No, it ain't just you.
Respect his freedom. If he chooses to do that, he's a grown ass man. He's gonna do what he wanna do.
Yeah, but you supposed to care about him and not let him do that shit.
Hey, look, Shrees. Females that got on me during my bid. And they bounced back at the end of the last month. It happened like that.
60 seconds.
Damn.
Okay, well y'all.
Damn.
Y'all got
60 seconds is
for me. What
crazy.
else y'all want to say?
The 60 seconds. Yo, these two niggas is laughing like it's comic view, nigga. He said 60 seconds is crazy. 60 seconds of content.
What else y'all want to say?
Free loose cannon.
Free loose.
Much love to the homie Loose.
Hey, you got the right to remain silent, cuz. Exercise that.
Hey, Luce, are you banging Sweetie in there too? Are people fucking with the Sweetie movement?
Sweetie!
Yeah, sweetie.
Yeah, that's right.
Yo, man, I love Loose, man. But Loose, brother, listen. Yo, you beat this shit, man. Just be quiet for a little bit. This is my advice to Loose. Loose, I really like you, brother. I fuck with you. Like, you gave me good energy when I met you in person. I think you hella hilarious. Please stay off the phone, bro. Get through this. Get a bond. If you beat this shit, listen, I'll give you 10 interviews in a row. You could get your content off, brother. You could get your content off. Trust me. I'll fly you out to New York. I just want you to just be on the podcast set when you're free, saying, Sweetie, I got you. But right now, you're facing a federal RICO charge. And the federal statutes actually say if you're guilty of this RICO charge, you're liable to go to jail for over 20 years. Brother, please, just chill out for a bit, okay? Just chill out for a bit. Like, the content right now, I know it's viral. It'll be more viral when you get out. You know what I mean? You could laugh at everybody else. Please, just chill out for a bit, please. And for the rest of y'all West Coast dudes, the We Got Content group, just chill out, bro. Y'all got to stop gassing up Loose. I see Loose is a little bit, like, gullible, where, like, Loose strikes me as the type of nigga who probably has been to jail a couple times just because he one of them niggas who also like being in the fray. So, like, now that he's locked up, he don't want to be the guy who's just sitting back, being quiet, watching everybody else talk without him adding his 2 cents. Unfortunately, that's what you got to be right now. You know what I mean? At least till you get some clarity on what's going on. You don't know the full extent of what they got you on. You know what I'm saying?
We needed
Somebody said Rico's content. Bruh, no, it ain't. Bruh, no, it ain't.
We need everybody in the feds banging Sweetie gang.
You know, I also thought, and listen, my apologies if I'm wrong. That's why I think Wack is smart. I think Wack aligned himself with Loose because you know exactly who Loose is. Loose is his name really says it, Loose Cannon. He was a nigga who was probably going to be on a one-way course to crash out. And he would have crashed out for the content. We've seen him try to meet up with King Yella, other niggas. He say run into Cowboy. He did whatever, Jay Reed. Like, he was going to crash out for the content, or he would have been down to crash out for Wack. When the Aaron the Plumber nigga was talking about, yo, Wack, I need that fake blood. I need that fake blood. I think Loose was like, oh, it's good, cuz I'll take that shit. Well, Loose been trying to, like, and I always feel sympathetic for guys like that because you almost see them become like sacrificial lambs. Like, they're bound and destined to crash out, and they're usually crashing out for somebody else or for some other purpose that really isn't serving to themselves. So, you know, I fuck with Loose, but Loose, please stay off the phone, bro. Whenever you beat this, it could be 5 years from now. You know what I mean? Come pop out, you know, to New York. Shit, we might have a LA studio by then. And we could go have a good time with you talking about shit in the past that you have already beat, not current investigations. We don't need to hear no more Meek Mill stories. We don't need to hear nothing more until your case is done. And that's out of me wanting you to be innocent. But if the We Got Content Mafia tricks you into keep doing this, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Anyway.
.com and purchase that merch. It's loosecannon.com.
That's right.
Hey, hold your head, my guy. And
I'm about to buy something off loosecannon.com. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Chat, you know, it's only right. I really fuck with Loose Cannon. I ain't going to lie. I think he's, like, hilarious. I think it's Loose Cannon. Loosecannon.com. By the way, you see me rocking a Free Durk shirt. I definitely got to rock a Sweetie shirt. Oh, they got the onesie. The Free Loose Cannon onesie? Oh, that's fire. I mean, I don't got a kid, but shit. The Free Loose Cannon onesie. Nah, the shit I cop got to say, Sweetie. Now, maybe I get the hat. Sweetie. Yes. Okay, I think I'm going to get the hat, chat. Yeah, might get the hoodie, too. Might get the hoodie. It'd be better if they had Sweetie on the back and say integrity before money. Shit, fuck this. It should have said Sweetie on the back. I'll definitely cop. All right, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna support. I wouldn't mind if you guys support too. Loose Cannon. I fuck with him. I kid you not. All right, so let's get to the indictment real quick, chat. Okay, so this indictment's a little bit thinner than what we thought was gonna happen. This indictment didn't capture all the people that were arrested in the sweep. This indictment only has 6 people on it. First of all, of course, Big U. Eugene Henley is known as Big U. Unk, Draws, Hannibal Muhammad, Anybody Killer, and Dave Austin. We have Sylvester Robinson, known as Vay. We have Mark Martin, known as Bear Claw. Termaine, Ashley Williams, known as Loose Cannon. Armani Aflaji, which is a girl, I believe. She's known as Manny. And Frederick Blanton Jr. and Tiffany Shenrika Hines. So I think it's 7, not 6. Okay. Here it is. So the general allegations is that Big U essentially was a self-admitted member or OG of the Rollin' 60 Gangsters. Okay, they're the neighborhood Crips, and they're a violent street gang as being talked about by the U.S. Attorney that was founded and operated in Los Angeles, California. Okay, Vay was a criminal partner of Henley, and for years long he was a confidant of the defendant. So he's like his right hand man, and he's an underboss. He's an enforcer. How the cops are saying. They're saying Beer Claw, this Mark Martin guy, was a criminal partner of Henley in a self-admitted member of the 60s, and he was also close confidant and trusted lieutenant of Henley. So we're getting a hierarchy here. We have Big U at the top, and his 2 right-hand guys who kind of fall below are Sylvester Robinson Vay and Bear Claw. Now, they're saying that Henley and Martin co-founded a music group, Unique Music, who's an entertainment record label. And Henley was the CEO, and Martin was the chief financial officer, okay? It was registered in California, and they're saying that they also did some stuff. That was a charitable organization group under 26 U.S.C., blah, blah. It did business as Developing Options, was sometimes referred to as Unique Ballers. So you had the football programs under there, and that supposedly was under this charity group, which is going to be colloquially known as Developing Options, okay? Robinson was on the payroll, okay? Henley was also the sole proprietor and owner of the company, Celebrity Socks, which did business as Unique Socks. So we're getting to realize they're painting why this is a RICO. There's a company that Big U has that is funneling or working in certain different facets, but the feds are going to claim that all these are working to help further crime. So Developing Options' purported objective was to a service and a charitable organization providing alternatives, choices to gang violence, narcotics offenses, and other criminal activity for South Los Angeles youth. Developing Options, as depicted in the image below, claimed to devote resources to inner city athletic organizations such as the Crenshaw Rams, okay? LA essentially awarded Developing Options a $550,000 grant annually, which was federally funded and part of the city's GRID program. It's called the Gang Reduction Youth Development Program. And they did it for 2018 to 2023. They were awarded $2.352 million. Okay? This came from the mayor's office of the city of Los Angeles. Okay? His duties and responsibilities was ensuring that it remained in compliance with its contract with the city. And they had a budget. They could hire and compensate employees, comply with general reporting requirements, and whatever. I want to spare you some of the boring details, but let's explain what's the racketeering thing. Now, I feel like we've explained what RICO is a bunch of times, but I'm gonna give you hopefully an explanation here that's gonna make sense. So in a RICO, there's a requirement of a few things. A RICO is pretty much the federal statute that is a organizational form of organizational form of conspiracy. Now, what happened, I forgot the year, but it was President Richard Nixon who actually signed the RICO Act into law that allowed the feds to use this to basically prosecute. Really, it was aimed at more the mafia and the mob, okay? Essentially, individuals that were doing things but maybe necessarily didn't carry out themselves, but it was clearly they had some type of system or enterprise or organization that was clearly about crime. So, what is needed for a RICO? Federal RICO. And you guys could clip this, and Drill, you should probably clip this for further use, because we talk about RICOs all the time. People can come back to this. And I'm talking about general RICO, okay? Federal RICOs, not state RICOs. So, again, RICO is just it's pretty much conspiracy. Every state has a general conspiracy charge. What's a conspiracy? A conspiracy is me and you and your girl saying that we're going to plot a bank robbery. We're conspiring to rob the bank. That then could turn into many different things. As it relates to a gang, we could be conspiring under the banner of a gang to rob people, commit violence against people we don't like. That's still conspiracy. Okay? So in conspiracy, what's usually required is that there has to be some type of agreement between two people. Okay? At least two people. Which means if we're going to rob a bank, it has to be some type of agreement that we both know we're about to go rob a bank. Now, when it comes to gangs, it's much easier, because if you're in the gang, you're agreeing with the gang, and if they could prove the gang is violent, you agreed with the conspiracy. You get what I'm saying? So I'm explaining the tenets of how they look at conspiracy and why some stuff are RICO, why the state or the government would pick, or the feds would pick up something as opposed to the state. So they got to be an agreement, okay? They got to be an agreement, and then after the agreement, there has to be a pattern of engaging in this conspiracy that is of the organization level. So what does this mean? If you then have some type of gang, group, organization, you're using a company, that goes more under RICO than just natural conspiracy. Natural conspiracy is more like us three, we smoking weed, we say we gonna rob the bank, you get this, somebody gets this, and we're rocking out, right? So that's kind of like the main difference between RICO. RICO is like enterprise and organizations. Conspiracy is just you and two of your homies about to do something you're planning, right? So in RICOs, you're going to see, number one, in a federal RICO, there's always going to be this statute or this requirement. It has to affect interstate commerce, which means, it's just a federal way of that's how they keep most things federal, or they deem it to be federal. For example, if you smuggle a gun across state lines, if you do something that could defraud the banking system that operates nationally, those things are affecting interstate commerce, okay? If you're extorting people and that involves people sending you money, that is that's impacting interstate commerce, okay? So that's one of the things. Now, how do they normally lay it down? And we're going to read this indictment. There's two different things you're going to see. And I always have to explain this to people. Because, like, for example, with the Diddy RICO, there's a bunch of things that's listed. Shit ton of stuff, right? But he only has 3 charges, right? Or 3 counts, right? Well, RICO is 1 count. But then there's these other things I'm going to describe in a second. But he has 3 counts, or did. I think now it's 5. Or no, I still think it's 3 or 4 actually. But they put 2 more victims and they put 1 more charge with his workplace shit. Anyway. So in the RICO, when they first say racketeering, and you're seeing it here, count 1 is going to be racketeering RICO, you're going to see 2 different things. Overt acts and predicate offenses. So a predicate offense is going to be, and actually it's actually listed for federal RICOs. Look, predicate offense, federal RICO. And these are what you're going to actually be charged with under the subtitle RICO. They are this: bribery, counterfeit, theft, embezzlement, fraud, dealing in obscene matter, obstruction of justice, slavery, racketeering, gambling, money laundering, commission of murder for hire. Yeah, so anything with murder, so they could put murder under this, but I'm gonna show you the difference between that and what's known as overt acts. So these would be actually, you're charged with RICO, and under RICO, because it's supposed to be a pattern of criminal activity, it has to have 2 predicate offenses. So that's why you usually see, even with the Big U one, they'll say murder and they'll say tax evasion. Okay? They're got to put at least 2. For Diddy, they're going to say, what they put with Diddy? They put prostitution and sex trafficking. And some people might be like, well, sex trafficking is kind of like prostitution. Well, they got to put at least 2. They got to put at least 2. It's, again, it says right here. It requires at least 2 acts of racketeering activities. Because at least 2 establishes a pattern, okay? So you're going to see 2 predicate acts. Now, what a lot of times we care about is not the overall thing. Like, for example, the murder they're charging Big U with, that's a predicate act, clearly, right? They're charging him for that murder. If he doesn't beat the murder, he's getting life, right? So that's actually something he has to beat. What's usually the juicy details, though, in most RICO cases, when we read the indictment, is what's called overt acts. So what's an overt act? So let's go back to conspiracy, right? Because remember, RICO is basically conspiracy. It's just a trumped-up version that has different facets. If me and you said, if we smoking weed one day, me and you and your bitch, right? Me, you and your girl. We smoking weed one day, and you said, man, you know that Chase up the street, man? We should rob that motherfucker. And I'm smoking like, we should rob that motherfucker. Yeah, let's rob that motherfucker. Say for whatever reason, the feds had a listening device, or say somehow they knew about that. Could they charge us for RICO? No. Because the overt acts, and this is why overt acts exist. Because people have, we have the First Amendment right. We can say anything, right? We can say, yo, I'm about to rob the bank. They can't charge us. But in a RICO, what takes away from just First Amendment shit to an actual conspiracy is an overt act. You don't get charged for the overt act, but they're showing that you're not just saying shit, you mean it, okay? But they're not necessarily charging you for what they're saying. For example, a RICO, well, it wouldn't be a RICO, it would be a conspiracy, but an overt act in a conspiracy of us robbing a bank would me going to buy the rope because I plan to tie people up. You buying the rope is not a crime. You're not getting charged for buying the rope. But that's an overt act to show that you were serious about this crime or conspiracy you're doing. Do you guys get it? I think you guys get it. You guys are smart. So overt acts could be, yo, I'm hitting up my homegirl asking if I could borrow her car. That's not a crime. But it's an overt act to show that you're taking steps to carry out this conspiracy. Okay? Now, you're going to see later, when they mention WAC 100 is listed as an overt act. Not a predicate offense, because they're not charging them for anything to do with WAC. But they're saying, in carrying out that this Big U enterprise is a violent gang that extorts, that is carrying out violence and robs people, an overt act was them saying, when we see WAC, we're going to do A. Then they allegedly, or according to Big U's words on a phone call, they saw WAC, and an overt act was they tried to do something to him. So that's showing that the criminal enterprise, which is the Big U enterprise, was not only just say, because we could just say we're chat nigga gang, but if we not slapping niggas in the streets or planning to run down on niggas in the streets because we chat nigga gang, it doesn't mean anything. But if we planning it, it means something. They're saying that these are things that show that Big U's conspiracy, people were taking necessary actions to continue it and further it. Okay. That's the explanation I got to give, because a lot of times when we get to reading RICOs, sometimes I could tell y'all confused because we start reading things like, for example, the arson, right? The arson, I believe, in Diddy's case is a overt act. I don't think it's he's charged with. And I think if he was charged with it, Kid Cudi would have to go testify, or they would have to have some type of surveillance. Anyway, so let me get through this quickly. By the way, chat, my voice isn't the strongest yet. I'm still getting there. But we're going to push through. I owe you guys 6 hours. Some way, somehow, I got to get there. I'm going to have to get water in a second. Okay, this water's here. Okay, y'all here with me? Y'all rocking with me? Okay. So, let's go through this. So they basically bring the enterprise. They say the enterprise is the Big U enterprise. Okay, they call the Big U enterprise. All right. Now, very noticeably here, they're saying it's the Big U enterprise. They're not saying Rolling 60s. So even though they do deem Rolling 60s as a violent gang, this isn't the Rolling 60s indictment, which means anybody who's a Rolling 60 who they feel is in this particular pattern could get caught up. They're kind of doing a subgroup. Okay. Purpose of the enterprise, okay? They're saying to enrich Big U, to promote and protect the reputation, to financially enrich Big U, and a lot of things they're going to keep saying Big U, Big U, Big U, okay? Means of the enterprise, they're going to say this is how they carried out shit. Here we go. As part of the enterprise purported control of Los Angeles, individuals, professional athletes, musicians, and others intended to conduct businesses or certain type of businesses in L.A., including legitimate business and illicit criminal conduct, were required to check in with Henley prior to travel to L.A. and engage in certain activities in order to obtain protection from Big U Enterprise. While in L.A., defendant Henley hosted a podcast titled Checking In. The opening theme of the song explained when you hop off that plane, check in. Penthouse suite, check in. When your feet hit the street, check in. Because if you not, and shit get hot, you better check in. The check-in include both a payment to the Big U Enterprise as well as requesting permission from him to conduct certain activities, including acts of violence that were sanctioned by the Big U Enterprise, okay? They use his own documentary against him. They say he described in a documentary film that he produced, and he says if you don't pick up the phone, that could mean death for somebody. If I don't pick up the phone, that could mean death for somebody. On the Nothing to Something podcast, he says you got to check in. You could choose not to, and it's going to be a problem. If you choose not to check in and you suffer the consequences, you feel like you got something bigger than what's there, and that's not checking in. It's basically an act of war. Okay. Then there's another quote. It ain't one human who ain't check in. In a video he recorded with the film crew in Los Angeles Hyde Park around 2017, depicted below, he says, anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. But if you don't check it in, we gonna check you in, all right. We gonna check in all your equipment. By the way, this video is public. This is a video.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, you know, man.
Top flight, baby. Security.
GB running this here movie set in the hood.
Come on out here.
Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it. You know what I mean? Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
oh well.
Check your ass out. We're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, you know, man.
Top flight, baby. Security.
GB running this here movie.
Hey, by the way, this is a good sign. It's a good sign. This is probably what I said before. And I know I hate breaking topics. Ye has hit me back. He's hit me back with, this is, rather than his team telling me what they want, he's told me, and okay. And the things he's saying, the things he's saying, okay. Yeah, these are good. These are good. These are doable. So I'm gonna do it's not crazy stuff. So I'm gonna send him another version of it probably in a couple hours or whenever I get off stream. Okay, but he has responded, and this is from Ye himself, and I'm happy about that. Good, Ye. Thank you. I don't know if about it is. I think Ye be online. Ye definitely be online. So you might have seen the shit. Anyway. All right.
We set in the hood. Come on out here. We coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so that's the check-in thing, right? So they accuse him of embezzling the funds, using a nonprofit fraudulently to kind of like, extort money from people, and he got government funds, and also they applied for government assisted loans, and they're basically saying that this was crazy, right? So here's the racketeering conspiracy. So they're saying it starts in 2010, and this is the predicate acts here, okay? So the predicate offenses that are going to be charged under the RICO are these: murder. Remember, there's got to be 2. Kidnapping. Robbery. Extortion. Wire fraud. Financial institution fraud. Basically the same thing. And prostitution, interstate prostitution. Okay? So now they tell you what he's being charged with under RICO. So he's been charged with, 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is, what's this? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right? And then 1, 2, well, this is all pretty much wire and institution fraud. So like 5 things. So he's getting charged with 5 things under RICO. So now let's look at the overt acts. These are the entertainment shit, okay? It's just going to give us the details. On January 2021, defendant Henley using his influence and reputation of the Big U Enterprise arranged for a victim, whatever, to record a music video. So we all know that apparently Big U's son's friend was a music artist. He signed him. The guy was recording at his studio in Las Vegas. So in January 2021, at defendant Henley's direction, KF, an employee of this, arranged for the victim to have air travel to Las Vegas, okay? Expected to return to Los Angeles 7 days later, a week later. So remember, these are overt acts. It just shows that people were doing things, even booking a flight. That's an overt act showing that y'all are consistent in this conspiracy. Y'all were doing things to make this conspiracy happen. Okay. They arranged for him to be at an Airbnb. On the 23rd, they drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas in a luxury, Lexus sedan, okay? This is Big U and Robinson's right-hand man. On the 24th, approximately 2 a.m., they arrived to an Airbnb in a sedan and asked RW why RW had not been in the studio the previous day, wasting studio time and disrespecting the record label and Big U. Over at Act 6. He then, after he arrived there, they arrived to the studio where he was scheduled to record a song. At the direction of Henley, RW recorded a song. Okay? So it looked like they brought him to the studio. He recorded a song right before midnight. At 12:58, Henley's 2 phones stopped reporting location data, which means that he turned it off or it died, indicating they were turned off or placed on airplane mode while in the vicinity of the studio. He then drove RW from the studio to the Airbnb in a sedan. At 1:20, RW left the Airbnb with his suitcase packed and entered the sedan with Henley. So it looked like he's like, yo, look, all right, we're going. You know what I mean? You're fucking around. You're wasting my money. Let's go. Remember, he was supposed to stay till the 26th, one day before he was scheduled to check out. Henley drove the victim north of Las Vegas on Interstate 15 near the Apex Regional Landfill. He then drove south on Interstate 15 back to Las Vegas. At approximately 2:15, defendants Henley's two phones both began reporting location data again, indicating that they were turned on or taken out of airplane mode while defendant Henley was continuing to drive south from Interstate 15 to US 95. On January 25th, 2021, at 2:20, Henley called Robinson, who was still at the studio. Okay? At 2:30, Henley returned to the studio, telling the employee he had gone to the gym. So they're saying the murder happened then. So they're saying at 2:15, his phone started reporting location data again. So they're saying the murder happened in between here. So he turned his phone off between 1:20 when they left the Airbnb and 2:15. So that was 55 minutes, okay? Okay. Approximately, okay. So he told someone at 2:30 he went to the gym. The body was found at Interstate 15 in the area depicted below with multiple gunshot wounds to the head. Wow. Damn, it's just on the side of the road damn near, right? They shot a dude in the head. Fuck. Defendant Henley contracted the producer to inform him that Nevada homicide detectives would be interviewing the producer about the death of RW. On the 26th, Henley contacted the producer and demanded that the producer and his employees leave the studio premises. Defendant Henley and others unknown to whatever, removed, so this is after the murder, they removed portions of the security system from the studio, right? Because, yeah, they killed the dude then. So the next day they removed security system from the studio. And he was present. Henley and Roberts were present at the studio prior to the victim RW's murder. On the 27th, so the next day, 10 p.m., they asked the Airbnb owner if there were cameras on the property. Because they would know the cameras are going to show Big U leaving with the kid. Or it's not a kid, but the 21-year-old person at the day before he was scheduled to check out. Then KF, which is who else? KF. I guess it's the other guy, I believe. Directed the owner of the account that he used to book the Airbnb not to speak with law enforcement about the murder. Then on the 3rd, on the 3rd of 2021? Oh, my bad. I'm tweaking. Yeah. The 3rd of February, which is a couple days later, falsely told law enforcement he did not know the address of the studio and did not have a phone number for or any way to contact Henley. On December, so that was a year later, on an intercepted call, Henley explained his motivation for committed murders on behalf of the enterprise. What you guys see on the internet, y'all keep hearing other people who don't have nothing to talk about. But Cell, let me tell you something. If I would have had a problem with any man, any color, any creed, any king or kind, the issue would have been resolved. And he wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't be here. It ain't no kid nothing. And it ain't damn near nobody who's been in this motherfucker longer than me can stand against me and me be who I am. If I had a problem with any man, and this wouldn't be so funny to me, I'm still who they say I am. Okay. So now they're saying they attempted to evade law enforcement. February 14th. So this is next year, right? But to evade law enforcement, give me a second. I'm trying to keep up with the dates. Okay. So this is 2 years after, damn near. February 14th, 2023, to evade law enforcement regarding the murder, Henley's wife, S.H., falsely informed detectives that Henley did not live at his residence full time. Then, on an intercepted call after speaking with detectives, his wife said, Big U, called Big U from Big U's father's phone to warn him that the detectives were seeking to discuss RW's murder with Big U. And Big U asked how many officers were there. Beginning the 14th, 2023, to evade law enforcement regarding the murder, defendant Henley did not return home to his residence for multiple days. Okay? He then switched cars with defendant Robinson. So you had Robinson start driving his cars. On an intercepted call, defendant Henley called defendant Martin to schedule a meeting to discuss the murder and evading law enforcement. And on another intercepted call, they called DS to discuss the murder. Another intercepted call. They told DS that the defendant was traveling to Vegas the following day where the producer was located. And on an intercepted call, he ordered his son not to talk to anyone about the murder. Damn, there's a lot of intercepted calls. He told SH to call KF's mother, but not to do so on an encrypted FaceTime application to discuss the murder. Okay, so this is a lot about the murder. Okay, let's get into some other bullshit. Over at Act 36, for years he extorted Victim 1, a music and a club promoter who transitioned into a partnership with an unlicensed marijuana dispensary located in Los Angeles for $25,000 a month in extortion fees, until Victim 1 started to ignore his calls. So some guy had a marijuana dispensary that was like, kind of illegal, and he was paying Big U $25K a month. On July 5th, 2021, Victim 1 has been ignoring his calls and when he was demanding extortion payments, Big U Enterprise member Robinson, which is the right-hand man, and self-proclaimed Rolling 60s member Tremaine Ashley Williams, loose cannon, and approximately 9 other individuals, so pretty much 11 people, or 10, all acted under his direction, traveled to the dispensary, committed a robbery. They then, defendant Robinson Williams, which is loose, and others unknown to the grand jury, stole products, cash, and multiple personal items from the dispensary, including Victim 1. Shortly after the robbery of Victim 1's dispensary, defendant Henley invited Victim 1 to defendant Henley's home, where Big U, loose cannon, and other robbers were present, and many of the robbed items were there. At the residence, they told Victim 1, that's how you rob yourself. So basically, they robbed the dude because he didn't pay extortion money. They invited him to the crib, and they showed him all the things he got robbed for and said, you see how you rob yourself, right? And later that day, defendant Henley returned a portion of the robbery proceeds and told him he would need to pay $10,000 to prevent future robberies. So looked like homie got a discount. He was paying $25,000 before. Looked like Big U dropped it down to 10. It appears, right? What else happened? Okay, still at Henley's home with the robbers and the robbery items present, Henley directed Victim 1 to identify other marijuana businesses so they could similarly rob and offer the same Victim 1 with a portion of the robberies. So this was like a Ponzi scheme of extortion. Hey, if you put us on to other dispensaries we could do the same shit to, we'll give you some money from what we get from them, okay? Then a year later, on November 11, 2022, on an intercepted call, Henley and Big U Enterprise this is where Brick Baby comes in, coordinated how much Brick Baby was going to give Big U as proceeds from a robbery that Brick Baby committed. On November 11, 2022, intercepted calls and text messages while defendant Henley talked with Big U, associate Frederick Blanton, defendant Robinson to help Big U collect Brick Baby's associate. They said they robbed the nigga for some shit. They made a nigga call his plug and they booked him, to which Big U said, I'm going to grab half of what he got him. I'm going to give it to Vay, and Vay could bring you the rest. Okay? And yeah, so these are just, they're not charging necessarily for the robbery, but they're saying this happened. Okay? On November 11, 2022, in an intercepted call, defendant Henley could be heard counting money, stating that it ain't nothing but 2 or 3 racks. which Blanton said Brick Baby said he was supposed to be between 5 and 7. So you got to make that call out to Brick, man. Then on March 3rd, on an intercepted call, Big U described the MO of the Big U Enterprises, which included robbing an individual, but not taking everything from them so they could continue to work. Be robbed or identify other robbery targets and buy the stolen items back from Big U Enterprise, okay? Defendant Robertson tasked with victim 1 identifying another robbery, whatever. Okay. Trying to figure out. Okay. On September 3rd, 2021, Robinson told victim 1 that Robinson needed to, the defendant Robinson needed to tell the defendant Big U about the victim 1's outstanding extortion debt to appease Big U. And victim 1 said he could pay either $500 or $1,000. And Robinson demanded payment for Big U, but stated he would allow victim 1 to pay the following day. And then looked like the following day came. Let's see what happened. Defendant Robinson discussed with victim 1 how the defendants were taxing him and to intimidate victim 1, they expressed frustration that, okay. All right. This is pretty much what we see in the complaint a lot. February 19th, Big U called and said, I need $1,500 real quick. On April 3rd, they told victim 1 he was increasing the taxes to $3,500. They told him that it was going from $2,500 to $3,000 and that Big U could purchase SH, which is his wife. Oh, shit, he was buying his wife a $30,000 necklace and using extortion money. Damn, Big U was that nigga. On April 10th, they told victim 1 that they wanted to collect $2,000 every Monday. So $2,000 every Monday would be $8,000 a month. $8,000 a month would be $96,000 a year, right? $8,000 a month, $96,000 a year, almost $100,000, right? On April 16th, defendant Henley told victim 1 that he needed a donation. Oh, shit. This is crazy. A donation for his wife's birthday party. So Big U was extorting niggas for donation for his wife's birthday party. On June, they intimidated victim 1 and demanded victim 1 stop doing business with Whack 100 because Whack 100 was suspected to be an informant. Oh, man. On June 22nd, defendant Robertson called victim 1 and demanded money because Henley had demanded it. On June 22nd, to intimidate him, they told him that Henley had been asking defendant Robinson if the Big U Enterprises needed to do a takeover of victim 1, referring to the previous takeover robbery of his dispensary when they stopped paying him before. On June 22nd, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that when Big U Enterprise member spent time with Henley, it was necessary to carry a firearm. Huh? Oh, okay. Then, this is over at Act 78. To intimidate victim 1, defendant Henley told victim 1 that Henley had seen Whack 100 with his wife and daughter and said, there's 50 to 20 niggas with us. Hoodies tied down. I got my hoodie on, all black, tied down. She like, boom, she jumped in the car, paid for blah, blah, then took off. Boom, this nigga screaming, my wife, Charles, I see you, Eugene. I see you, Eugene Henley, I see you. He's screaming all that. He got his blower. He got his blower out, but he's fucked up because nobody's around. We like, bitch ass nigga. I'm like, yeah, bitch ass nigga. He like, yo, you want to die here, man? Don't do this. My wife, my kids. Draws. Don't do this. He's screaming. Oh, shit. Now, just to be fair, because Wack's my man. Wack gave his account of this when I was on the podcast. He gave the real breakdown. Did y'all hear this? This is crazy. So here we go. This is whack. Where is it? Oh, is it this?
You know I'm allowing you to quit. Actually, no. Why don't you read it? Stop right there.
Right?
Like Clubhouse. If I got my blower.
Oh, here we go.
Allegations. But he's messed up. I gotta read the whole thing. But he's messed up because nobody's around. We like bitch ass dude. I'm like, yeah, bitch ass dude. He's like something. He's like redacted. Die here, man. Don't do this. My wife, my kids in that car. Drawers. Don't do this. He's screaming.
Now you tell.
He was about to turn you into Swiss cheese.
I want to see how smart you are. I've been violating him for 2 years. Violating him, calling him rats, snitches. He came up there 20 deep to get me, right? And he's telling me some word. What stopped him from fucking with me?
So look, no, this is important. I'm about to give you this. Let me get to it. My interpretation of this, me personally, and bear in mind, my interpretation wasn't put out there. Adam hopped on the live and said, no. This is so crucial.
I want you to tell me
because I'm gonna get to mine. Okay. Adam hopped on there and said Wack was begging for his life. I didn't say that. You put source on that.
I want you to listen.
Adam put source on it.
I want you to tell me what you get from that.
This is what I'm trying to get to.
Why didn't he touch me?
I get to it is because you might not want to admit this. You had your blower.
Okay.
You're begging him not to kill him.
Now stop.
Now remember, this is this infamous story where Wack 100 was he jumped off stage with Kanye. Kanye's in the story too, and supposedly when Wack gets to the parking lot, I guess he walks Kanye somewhere. He gets to the parking lot. The 60s members were on his heels. There's multiple sides of the story. We don't know who's telling the truth. Wack has a fully different version. You heard Big U's version. Here's Wack version.
Right?
Like Clubhouse. If I got my blower and you 20 deep with hoodies and I'm by myself, right? No begging to plead. That's when you really do it, right? What do you think my mentality was? For a dude not to approach me and you come to get me, and I jump out my car talking, what kind of conversation you think I'm having to make a dude say don't nobody move?
I agree with you.
Now,
I feel like
Blick talk.
I feel
like y'all out there.
You probably was on that
Soldier Boy shit. Now I'm about to expose something nobody ever knew.
Okay. Oh, shit.
So here it goes, right?
Ground zero,
I'm here. All of this is a parking lot, right? I'm here. They walk down. They walk right past my car. They didn't even see me. When I seen them get here, I jumped out. Y'all looking for me? Right?
Shit.
They stopped. They back was to me. Y'all, I had everything I had. I could have dealt with everything in front of me. Now, what they didn't know is I'm talking to my team. Big U-Nim is here. Now, watch this. Look, watch this. Big U-Nim is here. I'm here out the car. Third, who was here, and here?
You taking notes?
Hold on. Third, who in that parking lot when I'm confronting these 20 Crips was 20 to 30 feet in every direction and they didn't know it? All my homies was behind them.
That's new information.
Listen.
That's new information, man.
So listen, check this out. So when I'm letting you know, there's no need to beg nothing. What did I tell that fool? Let's do it. My home, they still don't know to this day that all my homies was positioned 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They didn't even see them. I'm talking to my homies in code, letting them know which way I'm going to push them. I said, nigga, ain't nothing but 20 of y'all. I'm going to down 3 of y'all. I just told him I'm going to get off in 3s. Right? At that point.
Now, Wack is devious. He says, he says it's nothing but 20 of y'all. I ain't going to lie to you. Nigga, nigga, 1v20 is a lot. This nigga's about to do a 20v1.
Point, he knows if he getting off in 3s, when he go to 2s, he running out of it. These dudes right now to this day had no idea that they was ambushed. So why the you see he said I was by myself, right? I wasn't by myself. All you got to do is pay attention to the 3 people who got off the stage with Kanye. Now let's do the math, dummies. The 3 dudes in red, does he look familiar? So where did they disappear to? When we walked Kanye to Fig, because that's where his car was at? Right, let's clear that up. Kanye said, Wack, my car is on Fig. I said, well, we got to walk around. He like, why we just can't go right there, so you got to go through the crowd. He said, your people would, I don't care. So we walked Kanye through the crowd, took him to Fig, went down the escalator, got in the cars. I pulled out first. I always pull out first. My people is here, here, and here. As you seen, he said what? He was by himself. The bozo don't know till his day that he was already ambushed. So once I'm going, you know what they gonna do? They're gonna do this. You know what happens when you start to run from that and you start getting that blowing at you another way?
It's like
what
a
happens?
military operation. I like that.
So now the world knows bozo. Think about it. Where did the 4 dudes go that got off the stage with him and Ye? Where did they go? They were in the parking lot with me. But you tried to play it.
But if you were the threat, then why didn't anything happen?
What do you mean?
You said you did the ambush.
Wax spared him. Duh.
You got to ask the 20 people. They came to get me, right? Listen, I'm going to be real. They marked themselves out. It'd
Talk
been
about
20
it.
power rules going to get one person, and they jumped out like that, you would have had to use that. I told Big U, this is what I told him.
You gave him a pass?
No, I told Big U, yo move.
Did you call him by his government name?
I said, yo move.
Oh, I was even being funny. I'm just thinking about the indictment. It says, Eugene Henley, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I think of Big U, he sounds so tough. Like, I couldn't believe his name was Eugene. I wouldn't even call Big U Eugene. Even if you'd be like, yo, could you call him by his government name? I'm like, I'm not calling this tough nigga Eugene. Eugene don't sound like a tough nigga, bro. That's I'm wondering if Wack was in the parking lot like, Eugene!
You going first. Let's get to it. He said, cuz don't move, cuz it killed me.
Ooh.
It's exact word.
That's a line.
I'm telling my team in code, talking to them, I say, you ain't holding the cards. They listen to me tell them to do what? Hold, because I see them moving in. I don't want you that close, because I'm going to make them scatter. I got some shit that's going to make freedom ring. That's a fact.
That's
Think
a
about
line. That's a bar. I got some shit that make woo.
Because I see them moving in. I don't want you that close, because I'm going to make them scatter. I got some shit that's going to make freedom ring. That's a fact. Make them scatter, because I see them moving in. I don't want you that close, because I'm going to make them scatter. I got some shit that's going to make freedom ring.
You heard that nigga had an ARP out there. That shit crazy.
That's a fact. Think about it. What make 20 gang members stop in their track?
ARP,
38?
man.
Does that do it? Nah. Gotta have some shit, right? Let's just be real.
You pull a Drake on them niggas?
Let's just be real.
This just says blow up.
No, I'm asking you. What make 20 dudes stop in their tracks? And you know they had some shit. It takes something. Listen, it's a fat, ugly broad walk through here. We wouldn't trip. We'd keep talking. If a bad bitch walk through here, we gonna stop and look, right? So it gotta be a showstopper, right? So now I just exposed to you that the bozo said what? He was by himself. I never was by myself.
But this him on a wiretap bragging to somebody else, possibly.
You got it with our story,
right?
Yeah. But you sent it like it was real.
on this originally and said begging. I never said begging.
But you sent it like it was real.
I was just reading what you sent me.
That's the part he's mad about, the begging. I never
No,
said that.
what I'm saying though, the part I'm mad about is you act like we cool. You didn't send it to me and say, Wack, what's up with this? You did the bitch ass shit you do, but they just can't catch you. So I'm here to let you know as a man, you's a bitch ass nigga for that.
No, he's not. Because
No, you
all he
definitely
was doing
that.
was
You
showing
definitely
me
that because
Okay. All right. So that's an overt act. 79. They're trying to threaten victim one. Yo, victim one looked like they were extorting this nigga so bad. He at some point he said, "I'm going to the feds. Fuck this." So Henley threatened. So Big U threatened victim one. Said, "We gotta rob someone. You with that bullshit." Then it said. Then they demanded $2,000 from victim. Oh, they were just really running this nigga pockets, man. They demanded money from victim one, stated he needed money for taxes. They needed money for taxes and employment development department. Big U told victim one that he needed $30,000 to pay his developing option staff and was considering a robbery and increased extortion to obtain the funds, saying that Big U didn't care if they had robbed Peter to pay Paul. They needed to get down. Victim one paid defendant $1,500 extortion payment after defendant Henley told victim one, we bumped that weekly down to $1,500. Oh man. By the way, chat, you know what I was thinking about too? Where I was like, yo, did the feds talk to Wack? Wack hasn't been associated with Big U in a while, but Wack used to tell this story. The Wack airport story. This story, basically, like, you ever heard the story?
All right, y'all. The camera don't do nothing back. But if you catch him, he wanted him to get the call. 600 Breezy ran in us back then. Yo, ass was good. You got caught in New York, you getting a $150.
Now, I think he says he was with Big U. You get what I'm saying? I think he says he was. Did he say it was Big? Maybe I'm
Here,
wrong.
I mean, like, boom, boom. And then when they land, they come see me. They get all the way right, and then they get on. I don't know who or what took checking in as if it's one of them, you better call me before you come. Before I go to Florida, New York, Chicago. Right, because, bro, y'all know any given Sunday, checking in seems to be saying who we see on the other side. Future and the girl that's right. Hey, Future old.
Bro, they're not checking in and making it.
No,
Checking in and making it a negative connotation.
No fly zone was based on the collective at that table when it was on. For instance, Future old trick some money. So me tricking Big U was real close at the time, right?
Now, this is why I say the police again, these are stories that are literally indictment-worthy stories because they're writing stories just like this. Like, for example, if this story is real, granted, they're saying it was Trick that owed money, but this is kind of what they're charging for. They're like, yo, y'all were forcing people to give up money. We don't know what the old money was. You get what I'm saying? That owed money might have been extortion. You get what I'm saying? So that's why, number one, Wack is very smart. I think that's why he's get all the way away from all that bullshit. And that's why I don't think Wack ain't talking about this bullshit. Fuck out of here.
Hey, Future old bro some money. All right, trick.
That sounds like extortion.
Freaking deep.
Might not be though.
Detroit. Me and Big U on a red-eye flight to Atlanta.
See? Big U.
We coming to LAX. We coming through the security, putting our bag through the thing. Who we see on the other side? Future and the girl that's with the football player. Sierra. We see Future and Sierra. I say, bro, is that who I think it is? He looked. I said, yeah. I said, you take them. I got him. When we come to the thing, I say, hey, homie, you got that money for Trick? He take off run. I'm chasing the dead homies through the Delta runs into a motherfucking terminal, and he runs into the thing, but it ain't hooked up to no plane. He left it.
Whoa, bro.
Right?
Wow.
He runs into the terminal. True story. He runs into the terminal, right? When he run into the terminal, he take his phone out, right? He know he can only
we're here to discuss two events this evening.
All right, so real quick, we're going to take a pause from this Big U indictment. We have Atlanta police who have done a press conference regarding the death of young Scooter, so we're giving you a continued update on what's the current information that we now know. If you guys don't know, rapper Young Scooter out of Atlanta has been confirmed deceased. He passed away. People claim it was a police-involved shooting, and now the police, precinct there in Atlanta have now issued a press conference to give some clarification on their investigation or what has happened that people are interested in. Here we go.
The first being from the 200 block of William Nye Drive. In Zone 3, officers responded to a dispute with a weapon. It was advised in the call remarks that shots were fired and a female was dragged back into the location. Once officers arrived, they knocked on the door. A male opened the door and immediately shut the door on the officers. The officers then established a perimeter. During the process of establishing the perimeter, 2 males fled out of the rear of the house. 1 male returned back into the house. The other male jumped 2 fences as he was fleeing. When officers located him on the other side of the fence, he appeared to have suffered an injury to his leg. Officers rendered aid, and he was transported to Grady Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. That male is going to be a 39-year-old male out of Atlanta. Just to be very clear, the injury that was sustained was not via the officers on scene. It was when the male was fleeing. The second incident happened at Lucky Street and Mill Street. This call came up around 6:35 p.m.
Now, I believe that first incident was them describing the young Scooter incident. So they're claiming that he tried to flee the scene. He hopped over a fence, suffered an injury, and, you know, it was a leg injury. From what people are saying, that he bled out. They're saying he bled out. So, what the fuck? Wait, what just happened? Fuck. Oh no, I went to YouTube. Sorry. Okay, now we'll go to this.
Good evening and thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Jennifer Bellamy. We are following breaking news right now in the city of Atlanta, where just minutes ago, Atlanta police held a news conference about the death of a 39-year-old man, Kenneth Bailey, also known as rapper Young Scooter. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn is live for us tonight right outside of Atlanta Police Headquarters. Cody, you just stepped out of that briefing from police. A lot going on tonight. What have you learned?
Well, Jennifer, the main thing we want to set straight here, the lieutenant over homicide with Atlanta police saying they did not, in fact, shoot Young Scooter. They say there were no shots fired during this ordeal tonight on William Nye Drive. I believe we have a live look at that scene right now.
I'm wondering if there was like barbed wire or something. They were acting like this was like really downtown. This is like a residential area, not like downtown.
What Atlanta police say did happen this evening is that they were responding to a call from a home there on William Nye Drive involving a disturbance with weapons. As officers got on scene, they got reports that there was a woman involved in this, possibly shots fired, and that she was taken back into the home. However, at this hour, they cannot find that woman. What they did find in the home were 2 male suspects. One of those males returned from the home after running away. That second suspect never returned, and we're told as he was making his way from that home, he actually jumped 2 fences. It was during one of those jumps he landed and somehow broke a leg. Some were hearing initial reports it was a femur. Again, we don't know the details of exactly the injuries, but tonight the medical examiner says a cause and manner of death have not been confirmed. But again, this is now confirmed to be Bailey, a based rapper here in Atlanta known as Young Scooter. While there are reports coming in from across the country tonight that Atlanta police shot this rapper, they say that is in fact not true, and the GBI has been requested to that scene that you're looking at, William Nye Drive, to give a third-party investigation. But again, to walk you through, there's a lot of confusion tonight with this story. APD responded to that home involving a weapons dispute. At some point, they got a report shots were fired, and again, a woman might have been taken in the home when officers got there. They did not find that. They say those 2 men ran from the home. One returned to that house. The other one, who was Young Scooter, again, jumped 2 fences, and during that run over those fences, he fell, and what we heard originally was fractured or broke his femur. He was rushed to Grady, where he died there in the ER. are. So again, a lot to still uncover on this situation, but Atlanta police wanted to make it very clear tonight. They are saying their officers did not fire a weapon, and that young scooter died as he was fleeing from that scene on William Nye Drive. Of course, for his family, a heartbreaking situation and a very active investigation going on out there, not only with Atlanta police, but also with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. They will do an independent investigation and release those findings in the coming weeks or months. But Jennifer, a busy night in Atlanta, and of course, this news hitting the music industry very hard as news is spreading across the country about young Scooter's death reportedly on his 39th birthday.
Wow. Holy shit. So they basically get a call. I'm wondering, so clearly they're saying he died because he jumped over a fence. I don't know if it's a barbed wire fence. I don't know if he jumped over and something like there was something sharp went through his leg. Because if it's just him breaking his leg, how does he die from a broken leg? That's kind of odd. But there was mention that there was some firearm related shit before. Maybe he was already shot. Maybe, I don't know. They're not mentioning gunshots though. They claim that his injury was as the result of a fence or jumping the fence. So I'm guessing maybe broke a leg, but also he got stabbed by something or cut by something. Some people are trying to say he bled out. That's crazy. Let me see if
When saying that the man was deceased, he's not.
These two incidents are not related in any shape or form, and that's what we have for you.
Can we confirm that it's a known rapper that goes by the name of Young Scooter, the 39-year-old man?
We cannot, at this point, that's a function of the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office once they notify the next of kin, so that we were premature on that.
And on the 42-year-old, you guys sent out a release originally saying that the man was deceased. He's not deceased?
Correct. Grady was able to bring him back in the trauma room where he was taken to the operating room and is now in ICU.
So what was the discussion, what led to the 39-year-old having to flee from police? Can you give us a little bit more detail, because it just seems, what exactly led to him running away?
So, again, there was a 911 call of dispute with shots fired and a female being dragged back into the residence. When officers arrived, a male initially opened the door.
Wax Boy, thank you for becoming a member, bro.
The officer's face without communicating completely. That's when the officers established a perimeter and the two males fled. Why they fled, obviously, we can't speak for them. So it's still an active investigation.
What type of fence?
So we were not able to locate a female. We ended up with two males and the decedent.
You said the dispute started in a car, a moving car?
No, outside of the residence.
Outside of the residence, and then a woman was dragged back into the...
That's what was reported. We have not been able to substantiate any of that, which is also a part of our investigation.
And then when he jumped over the fence from one victim, what wound would, I guess, did he shoot himself?
No, there was no indication of anyone being shot. This appears that there was, when he fell, some type of fracture injury to the leg, which caused the bleeding.
And to clarify, this wasn't any involvement with the Atlanta police as far as shooting?
Correct. There's no, in neither one of these cases were officers involved in shooting at all.
Darren, thank you for becoming a member, bro.
Internally, or do you guys...
So we do have, just because of the confusion, we have the GBI that's going to come out to the 39, location.
So GBI will come out and they'll independently look into what exactly
Correct.
happened. Okay.
Yeah, just to confirm.
But that one started with a 911 call of a dispute.
Correct.
That's why you guys got there, and then...
Dispute, shots fired, woman being drugged back into the residence.
And not to add confusion to it, but switching back to Lucky Street and Mills Street, 42-year-old from Charlotte.
North Carolina.
Idea of...
Him and the two groups. Right?
Oh, wow. It sounded like a freak accident if we're going to take this guy on face value. He hops over the fence. It was the second fence he hopped over. And he breaks something. Is it internal or external bleeding? but looked like that bleeding led to him not surviving. That's crazy. Might be a freak accident, or it might be more to the story.
The people who shot him, are they in custody or still on the run? Reports are out there.
No, and this is why we're here doing this press conference, to put out there that the Atlanta Police Department has not been involved in any shootings tonight, and the incident on William Nye, there was not a shooting at all. All right, thank you.
Oh, wow. That is interesting.
State ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
So this is a freak accident, according to what everybody's saying. This is a freak accident. They said this is the aftermath of the scene.
Talk to this dude for 20 minutes, and these fucking assholes shoot him in the Wendy's drive-thru for no fucking reason.
Huh?
For no fucking reason. Shot him. I saw y'all talking to him for 20 minutes, dude.
Okay, yeah, this is not. Okay, this is not Scooter. Huh. I don't know if I'm like satisfied with that explanation, bro. I mean, I hear them, but it's like he jumped the fence and died? What? They claim this is an area. Looks like a decent area. You see, Atlanta be looking weird. Like, this would be like in New Jersey. This is like you are in a high affluence area. This is a rich area. This might be the hood in Atlanta. I don't know. So they're claiming somewhere here, they respond. He jumped up 2 fences. I don't know if these are the regular fences here. Yeah, I'm just looking at fences. But somewhere there. Yeah, all these like, this look like a fence. Yeah, these fences don't look that, but you never know. It could have been like one of these fences with a sharp thing kind of goes through his leg. I don't know. It gives out while he's jumping the fence. He just flops over. He breaks his feet. I don't know, bro. I'm trying to make sense out of this shit. Yeah, I see some of y'all saying maybe the wooden fence went through his leg. But yeah, that's like a freak accident, bro. This sounds like a freak fucking accident. I wonder why he ran. Maybe he had a gun on him? Or maybe he's on probation, he can't be around guns or can't have police contact? All right.
Right. Cody Alcorn.
Let me see. Yeah, I think we played the most up-to-date shit. Yeah, we played the most up-to-date shit. All right. All good. Let's kind of like fast track through this big youth shit. Then we can move on. Because we still got to get to Sauce Walker and shit like that. August 14th, they told Victim 1 they need to pay Henley and Robertson. Okay, so they're just violating Victim 1, bro. September 15th, they paid $2,000. September 21st, $1,000. September 28th, $2,000. September 15th, when Victim 1 asked why Victim 1 and others were still paying extortion fees to Big U, Robinson explained that when Big U got out, he said, "I'm the toughest nigga, and here's my body of work to prove it. And you know, I'm the only nigga killing niggas today. You niggas retired. I didn't." They understand that. So they were paying all type of extortion continually. October 2nd, to intimidate Victim 1, they told Victim 1 if Robinson was not serving as a middleman, the defendant, Big U, would be very, very bad for Victim 1. Robinson stated that two people owed Big U Enterprise $200,000, but Robinson had not yet threatened them with violence. And then Victim 1 paid Robinson a $2,000 extortion payment. Big U chastised Victim 1 because an acquaintance of Victim 1 had used Big U's name and a stature of Big U to increase his reputation in the community. Big U demanded that Victim 1 pay defendant Henley for Victim 1's acquaintance with defendant Henley's name. What? All right, this is some shit. November 3rd, 2022, on an intercepted call discussing Victim 1, when Big U told defendant Robertson that Victim 1 wasted our name, they need to fix that motherfucker up and get our money. Another day, they paid $2,000 again. Defendant Robinson told Victim 1 not to answer Victim 1's phone call, and the Victim 1, and if Big U told Victim 1 because defendant Henley was demanding $5,000 from the victim. They pay another $2,000. Robinson told Victim 1 that Robinson was taking 20 to 50% of the payments from Victim 1, depending on how much the extortion was. So it shows that the guy collecting it for Big U was getting a quarter or half. All right. So there's a lot of overt acts in this. Give me 1 second. You know who I seen actually talk about this pretty much decently? Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer. Did y'all watch him?
You know, it's like, and not only that, you don't have the resources that all these different agencies have specializations within. It's they didn't invent this.
Things like we'll go and do something, and the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to, you know, counting everything, right? And we be like, how the fuck that?
What I'm gonna tell you is we'll follow this.
You give them
out.
All right, he's just showing video. All right, so I just want to. All right, never mind. Let me just keep going over the indictment. Okay, so now this is the prostitution thing. So on November 10th, on an intercepted call, Henley calls Armani Aflage, okay? Her name is Mani, and she's offered $1,000 to transport women from L.A. to Las Vegas to engage in pandering and prostitution. And on an intercepted call, Flage asks the defendant, how many girls I need to bring? And Big U says, that's on you. Flage says, I'm about to bag some bitches, guaranteed. You know I don't play no games. Henley says sent $1,000 via Zelle to rent a car to transport women. It says through text, Flage sent the defendant photographs of women she was transporting. Henley sent $500 via Zelle for the trip. And on an intercepted call between Henley and Flage and another person, Big U says, I told you. Remember when I told you I'd be in Vegas? That's her. She gonna make every bitch get naked. Right there, bitch, get naked. Give my brother some head right now. On June 29th, on an intercepted call to learn that law enforcement interviewed her, Big U remarked that he was stressed out because investigators approached a woman who he was having sex with and talked about how Big U was trying to buy girls to be a pimp. Wow. This nigga Big U was just too much on the phone. On another call, Big U said, shit, so you gonna get me and say my crime is sending girls money for sex? Is that my crime? Wow. Now they're talking about the basketball players. Donor one, an NBA All-Star player, transferred him $20,000. That was supposed to be a charitable donation. Donor 2, Music Publishing Corporation, sent $24,000. Then also Developing Options pocketed $19,000 donation from Donor 3. Donor 3, a content aggregating video blog. What? That sounds like WorldStar. Content aggregating video blog and co-producer of the Check It In podcast. Let's see. Check It In podcast. Big U. Yeah, that was done with WorldStar, right? That was done with WorldStar, I think.
How on call star nigga called the cops and talking about.
Yeah, Big U and WorldStar Hip Hop. What? He was extorting WorldStar, but when did Q from WorldStar die? When did Q from... Yeah, he died in 2017. So I know WorldStar is ran by the family of Q right now. But they donated $19,000. It was intended to support the football team, not to benefit him personally. And he transferred $15,000 of the donation to his personal bank account. Donor 4, a nonprofit organization whose goal was to revitalize South Los Angeles, donated $10,000, and Big U used the entire $10,000. Donor 5, former most valuable player. This is Shaq, I think. This is Shaq. Intended to support the football team, not to give to Big U. They gave $20,000 and they said Big U took $13,000 out of it. Donor 6, a production company, wired $100,000 to Developing Options. That was intended to support the Rams football team, not to benefit him personally. And out of the $100,000, he took $36,400. Donor 7, god damn, how many people donated? A nonprofit donor advised fund that disperses charitable donations from individuals and companies to nonprofit organizations on behalf of multinational music company was intended to pay direct programs. They gave $50,000, he took $32,000. Yeah, Big U is on one, man. They received $100,000 in SBA funds. Okay. This is just like really laborious at this point. It's just a whole bunch of other shit. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
Enforcement was arresting us, superseding or this ex.
And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So, is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't fuck with Cannon. Everybody know I don't fuck with Brick Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, and put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have to call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turning against me.
So he's accusing them of snitching.
I ain't going for that. You might as well go get 600 and whack. These dudes been saying I did shit all year. So what they doing is they go on the internet and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raiding my houses, raiding my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with Developing Option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with Developing Option?
Anyway.
Rap News Street, there's confidential informants molding up the whole situation with Big U and Deja Vu, where it was said that Big U has shook down 30 racks out that situation. But the key thing, man, is who is Dale Morrison? Now, he's not only a rat, he's actually a club promoter, and I would say somewhat of an entrepreneur throughout the city. And the next question one may ask is, why Dale Morrison? Why was he being shook down? It seems like this dude is one of them guys playing all sides. Now, the key thing is Dale Morrison has been in the mix around all these dudes for a long time. Like I said, he's a club promoter, and anybody know these club promoters, they're the ultimate people person. But especially when you promoting black businesses, black clubs, black parties, you're gonna end up intertwining with the hood at some point, especially in LA. So we've seen Dale Morrison, not only with Big U, we've seen him with Nipsey, we've seen him with Gilly the Kid, Joe Moses. Like I said, this dude has been around everybody in the city, and we gotta put this out so nobody else falls into the games that this dude is playing. Now, the paperwork has painted him out to be a victim, and on the contrary, painted Big U to just be
that's
somebody
victim
that
one.
got him in a headlock. But Dale Morrison is actually playing his own games in these streets, man. So the key thing right now is Morrison is under his own federal indictment, which has nothing to do with any of these dudes in this indictment, with this Big U Rolling 60 situation. This dude had his feet in the streets, a full participant in the life of criminality. He's not just some weed shop owner that's trying to make a living and ends meet by playing it fair. This is the misconception of this whole situation. Now, the indictment that he's allegedly the main defendant on is a conspiracy with the intent to possess narcotics. Also possession with the intent to
Bird
distribute
BM,
narcotics.
thank you, bro.
And the main key thing is the feds are alleging that Dale Morrison is using businesses in LA as fronts, including the same business that Big U was allegedly shaking down. So we've seen Morrison with multiple different businesses: MLB Investments and Holdings, M4 Morrison Media Marketing and Management, DMO 20 Consultants LLC, Everybody Eats, which is also synonymous with the Everybody Eats Genetics cannabis business, which he's affiliated with. Now, at the time when he was allegedly participating in the conspiracy, some of these businesses were operating off some high rises off Fed. Now, as of today, he's changed the addresses to these businesses. But in 2020, it's alleged that he was working with 4 other co-conspirators by the names of Jordan Jackson, Keyshawn Brandon, Brittany Duff, and Deja Purifoy. Now, everybody except for Keyshawn Brandon was operating in Ohio. Keyshawn Brandon, aka Keys, is said to be Morrison's bodyguard, or security, so to speak, that protects his criminal endeavors. And it's said that on July 25th, 2020, Keys was chaperoning around 7,000 grams of meth, approximately 2,000 grams of powder, and around 5,300 grams of weed from LA to Ohio, which is when they got pulled over. And somehow, some way, it comes out that this shipment came from Dale Morrison. Now, mind you, this is July 2020. In the Big U indictment, the feds said they didn't start watching Big U until February 2021, after the alleged murder committed by Big U in Nevada. But again, they was already watching the 6-0s in 2020, and they were able to track 8 USPS packages sent from Ohio to different addresses in LA, some in the 40s, a business in the Mansfields, and of course, an Addy in the 6-0s, where it said that around 150 racks had came from Ohio and touched down to LA, which the feds are alleging is proceeds that Morrison was receiving in this drug conspiracy. Now, 6 days after they got caught in that car, Morrison's house was hit July 31st, 2020, where it said this dude also had a bunch of weapons. But he wasn't fully taken in on this indictment until a year later, April 28th, 2021. But the Big U document alleges that he was a known extortion target since the beginning of their investigation on Big U. So as we see here in this Big U paperwork, it states victim 1 has a criminal history that includes arrest for narcotics conspiracy and distribution in violation of Title 21, Section 846, respectively, for which he is pending sentencing. It's still an open Fed case. He hasn't been sentenced. Why? Because he's using his telling on Big U in this indictment, in which it says that victim 1 will likely receive cooperation credit based on this case in his unrelated pending drug case from the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Ohio. So this information right here is why there's no need for guessing. There's no need for allegations. There's a lot of bunk that's coming out. Is this dude snitching? Is he snitching? You know, people grasping at straws just for the content. The paperwork is telling us who these people are. Now, like I said, in the forecast, there are some snitches that's coming out, but you know, that's neither here nor there because we have to move factually when we talking about people as rats. And this is what I mean by this is a dirty character right here. He caught an unrelated Fed case before any of this situation and immediately started pointing fingers at the big fish because he's a little fish in the streets, but nonetheless, he's still in the streets. He's not some innocent victim just floating around getting a noogie on his head. You know what I'm saying? And then with that situation that they had at Deja Vu on Big U Party in 2021, he complained and snitched about Big U pressing him and the other promoter for 30 racks, but then he turns around the next year and still promotes his next party in 2022 at Cheetahs. This dude playing street games, but when the big fish come and collect, he want to point the finger now. But he got some even nastier work on his name. He's also been convicted of a robbery, and guess what? Human trafficking of a minor under the age of 18. Wow. Shit, I see why he's getting pressed. This is a weird dude in the streets. And it's also said that he has ties to Whack 100. We're gonna get to that though. Now, one can make the argument that Big U wouldn't even be under an investigation by the feds if it wasn't for this dude. Reason being is because the homicide that took place in Nevada was under investigation by the police in Nevada, not the feds. This dude comes along and now you have the full RICO where we're talking about money, extortion, and robbery being involved into a full enterprise with Big U. Now, along with CW1, Morrison also told the feds about the Adrian Broner situation. He had a recording on Big U when he sat down with him April 14th and April 15th of 2022. He was mic'd up when Big U was talking about the Adrian Broner situation. Now, like I said, this is the same person that Loose Cannon admitted to robbing. This is one of the main reasons why Loose Cannon is sitting down. Not only did Loose Cannon talk on the podcast, but what sealed his fate was the dude he robbed was working as an informant. So like I said, all he had to do was corroborate the story that Loose Cannon told as being factual. And of course, with him being the victim, it was extremely easy for Loose Cannon to get snatched up. Now, like I said, he was around all these dudes before this investigation popped off, and he was around all the way up to when they got hit. But in the Big U video, we also spoke about a time when the Nevada police had went to Big U's house to pay him a visit in regards to the murder that took place out there. We see Dale Morrison on the wiretap with them later on that night, giving extortion payments to Vay. And he also dug into multiple details to the feds about how Big U tried to get him to line up other weed dealers and other businesses in the city. But the key thing, this dude was making 25% off of the tape. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like this dude was just living the worst life possible. He got tired of being punked, and his run-in with the feds in the situation in Ohio has led to him becoming spooked. And he's using that to get from up under Big U's thumb. Like I said, we seen this dude with all the rappers, promoting all the parties. We seen him promoting Filthy Rich, everybody. This is not somebody you want to be around. I'm gonna keep it real. You never know who else he gonna throw up under the bus to lighten up that federal indictment that he got looming over his head. And it's one thing called a sentence memorandum. That memorandum right there breaks down everything in regards to your sentencing. You meet with the judge and they go over everything. All the people that's there for you in the courtroom, all the letters from your employers, your family, all the mitigating factors that you're using to try to get the judge not to send your ass all the way up the river. And like I said, at that point, that's when these cooperation credits are gonna take effect, and it's gonna drop his points down and lessen the blow of that offense. That document is still sealed and he's not sentenced yet. Mind you, this offense happened in 2020 and he went down in 2021. Here we are 4 years later. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get sentenced until after everybody in this Big U indictment is taken care of, because we may see this dude on the stand if anybody takes it to trial, which I'm highly doubting right now. But like I said before, this dude participated in countless wiretaps. It seemed like Vay and Big U stayed on this dude on the phone.
All right. I'm Big U now, bro. Pause. Okay. Let me just touch on this Sauce Walker thing, man. So Sauce Walker, he's now doing his first couple of interviews after being shot and his artist getting killed right next to him. And in a surprising turn of, either fate or just what people would not expect from a street dude, Sauce Walker actually says he has no plans to retaliate against the shooters. And basically almost says, yo, listen, whatever their issue was, they did what they did. And shit, I know I was probably at wrong place, wrong time, but I'm not about to be I'm about to slide type shit. Listen.
Extreme to take from you. Extreme. That's the point. You also have to incorporate these people are willing to do the extreme to take your belongings or to take your life. And sometimes people, I always think motherfuckers coming at the next black person or the next person in this world, a lifestyle, to take their belongings or to take their valuables. Sometimes it's about taking your life.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you understand the power that you hold, where you can have right now a lot of chaos going on. But I like how you're turning into something else.
Yeah, I can. If I wanted to, I could have motherfucking 400-500 different men, good men down here from different cities and states, including mine, around here ready to do whatever by snapping my finger in retaliation to what happened to me and my little brother. But as much as it hurt my soul and it really break me down, I'm damn near getting emotional right now thinking about the shit that I can't retaliate because that's not righteous. Because my brother had his own dealings as a man that a nigga gotta respect. And a motherfucker had the opportunity to make me 100% accountable for the same thing that they felt, whatever the situation is, because I still don't know what the situation is with my brother, but whatever it was, they could have held me the same level of accountable that they did him and took my life for no reason the same way, whatever that his was taken for. So at the end of the day, I got to be a man and be an honorable gangster and respect the fact that I put myself in a place where I wasn't supposed to be standing and sitting there, but as a gangster and as a brother, I'm going to stand next to my brother no matter whatever this nigga got going on or whatever his personal beefs or problems is. We shook hands and became in the same alliance before that, then I got to adapt and adopt your problems to a certain extent too. So I put my name on your face, you represent my company, I represent you. I got to inherit some of your problems. Like, was taking my brother's life really worth it? Is me trying to retaliate approval points for some niggas or for some Instagram comments and some posts, or did you slide for him, this and that? Like, a nigga been doing this shit since a nigga was a teenager, bro, adolescent. You know what I'm saying? Handling his business for the business, standing on.
All right, let me jump in here and say this. Basically, Saul says, yo, I'm not about to try to kill a bunch of niggas who did this. I'm gonna be a respectable gangster and realize that whatever was going on with Say So P and whoever who killed him, that's just some personal shit, and that's some shit I should stay out of. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. While I think Sauce Walker makes all the way sense in the world, I definitely gotta be like this. If I'm a young artist and that's his demeanor, he's not stepping behind me no matter what, I would definitely I'd feel a way about what he's saying. Like, yo, he's making it seem like, yo, all right, man, that nigga died, but that nigga sowed his seeds. Like, it is what it is. I'm good, and I'm not mad at the niggas who did it. Again, I think optic-wise, it looks kind of odd. I'm not gonna lie to you.
On the business, laying on the business, leaning on the business. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point, is when does this shit end? What is the fucking trophy for this shit besides a bunch of niggas saying, ooh, you him, that nigga there.
Real
He a
talk.
demon.
Real talk.
He stumping. He stepping for real. He
Man.
stumping. Ain't none one of these niggas saying that you stepping or stumping finna help you pay for no lawyers. They're not finna take care of your kids. If they see your baby mama heartbroken and fucked up because you in dead or jail, they gonna be the nigga trying to fuck your baby mama and move in your house and sleep on your bed because he wanted to be you that bad, but he couldn't get this bitch while you sitting there in his face. Or while you active and attractive being the man that you is, he could never get this bitch. But he gotta wait for this bitch to be vulnerable and slide in on your shortcomings as a man when he's supposed to be there giving his woman support and being the step uncle, being the godfather, the god uncle, like, you know what I'm saying, being an honorary man, you know what I'm saying, and representing what fatherhood would have been if my best friend and my brother would have been here to been for you as your father. Niggas just got the whole game fucked up. So it's like me, I just want to take the opportunity that I have with the platform, the voice that I have, to try to speak out to the people that ignorance is not the answer every time.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't know. Love Sauce, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Optically, I think a lot of what he's doing doesn't look good. Bro, your man's died, your artist died. Dog, you're running promo on your page and getting interviews and shit like that. Like, bro, like, at least look a little bit like you care. And I do think he cares, but I think it's hard for it to come across like that when that's all we're seeing. You know what I mean? When you speak about him dying, it's not like, damn, it's fucked up, man. Like, I don't care what he was into, man. Like, I fuck with him. And even if you don't gotta be like, oh, I'm about to go kill some people for him, it feel like you were like, yo, listen, man, the streets handle what they handle, and I'm moving on. Which is like, I think that's a crazy way to look at it. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm that dude's loved ones, and I probably sent them out to be in Houston to hang with you and get some drip and some sauce and to try to blow up. And the guy dies, and you'll be like, well, you know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. No, whoa. Y'all don't I'm not saying I want him to crash out. What I'm trying to say is that I want him to at least, like, it's not only saying about this whole slide shit. Sauce Walker's kind of came across more like, I think it died. It is what it is, but I'm still here. I'm gonna recover. I'm good. And I'm like, you know, shit, it feels pathetic to say, bro, could you at least act like you care? But that's kind of what it is. Like, could you at least act like you give a fuck, my nigga? You know what I mean? Like, a lot of your actions are telling people who are around, like, it makes it feel like you didn't give a fuck, even though I do think he gives a fuck.
Doing was leading these.
Anyway. All right. Okay. What else is popping? Well, I did have a little bit of a list. But I feel like I'm going to give you in real time updates with Ye. Ye told me. He's like, hey, could you send me the link with the bigger version with no edits? I might want to run that one. And I'm like, okay, at least Ye he's cognizantly and actively trying to talk to me about what do you want to do with this thing? Okay. Let's see. Where's my list? Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me knock out these rest of these topics. Chat, remember, I still got to keep my voice a bit. My voice is starting to sound bad, but it's all good. Did Nav diss OVO? Did y'all listen to the Nav album? So people believe that Nav dissed OVO, okay? Some people put up lyrics, say he attempted to diss Drake when he says, got a lot of problems I deal with. Talking about blood, I spill shit. Talking no cap, I get peeled quick. Over your body, I build bitch. Say you want some smoke, get turned into a zip. Thought you was a man, but you turned to a bitch. Thought you was blood, now you turned to a crip. I'll get you whacked for half of my fit. Now, this was a song. What's the name of the song? It's on my way to Rexdale. Now, give me 1 second. Where is it? Wait, where's the song? Am I tripping? Okay, I think, is this it? Nav Rexdale. Wait, why can't I find the song? Genius. Okay. Am I tripping? I'm so fucking stupid. What's the name of the song? Because I'm over here searching the album. I was playing it earlier. Let me see. It's 101, Real Me, no. Keep Going, no. What's the name of the song? Is this a song? Oh, yeah, it's called Back to Business. Yeah, Back to Business, my bad. I never heard him rap like this before. Okay. Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? Right there. Now, I could definitely say Nav hit me. Shout out to Nav. Y'all know me and Navaraj got a good relationship now. That's my boy. That's gang. It's gang. When I squash beef with niggas, I'm cool with them now. So me and Nav, we cool. Nav did hit me. He said, Nav said, broski. I don't know if he's gonna clear it up publicly, but he said, broski, yo, they're writing my lyrics down wrong. Essentially, he said, and I think Genius got it right. He doesn't say OVO body. He doesn't say OVO body, I build bitch. He says over your body. And apparently people took it as that. I think if we go to Genius, I think the lyrics are going to be there. Nav. So if we go, you can see the lyrics on here, right? The official lyrics. Here we go. Or maybe it's only on, what's it called? Wait. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't never hear this nigga rap like this, though. I gotta keep it a bean. Wait, why can't I see this is a desktop version. Why can't I see okay. I'm just looking at my phone. So when you go on your phone on Spotify, I'm over here playing on my computer from the phone. You could literally see the lyrics if they uploaded lyrics. Let me see if they did. Oh, they didn't upload lyrics. That's the problem. Because I'm on my phone, I can't see any type. Let me see, can I? Yeah, I'm not seeing the lyrics on Spotify. Okay. So anyway, the whole gist of this is that Nav's album's out. I'm pretty sure this is like good promo for him, but he did hit me. He said, yo, they were misquoting me. He didn't speak about OVO, but I knew what line he was saying because we posted it where people felt like he said, OVO body, I build bitch. But it appears he said over your body, Okay? So it's not OVO. But I know people look at him because he's cool with Cash, he's cool with XO, he's cool with pretty much everybody Drake don't like, and people are expecting that maybe he's firing a shot at Drake. That's not the truth. So that's not the truth, okay? So he did hit me up. He said that's not the truth. Okay. Let me get to this real quick. Yeah, I love rappers, man. I love rappers. So Young Thug, King Spider, he put up today, yo, y'all motherfuckers are going to have to beg me to drop this shit. No sissy, okay? And people roasted the shit out of him. Unfortunately, rappers still think that, they're God's gift to earth. Even after a lengthy prison sentence where, with all due respect, Young Thug, you should be trying to drop music in a good enough timeline that people still care about that story of you getting locked up and you getting found, you pled out, but you basically beat the majority of what they were trying to do to you. People seeing you being in a good space and seeing you trying to be a musician, trying to give them music, they'll be happy. Instead, you're talking about niggas got to drop you to beg you to drop music. Now, here's the reality. Young Thug, you're a phenomenal artist. But right about now, niggas ain't begging you or nobody else for no goddamn music. Music is low-key at a standstill. We're getting good music from here, good music from there, shit popping off on TikTok. Get out of, I don't know what type of big-headedness you got where you think people about to beg you for you to drop music. No, my nigga. We'll beg you to get back with Gunna because that other shit you be doing, you picked the wrong side in that one. Get back with Gunna. That's what we'll pick you to do, okay? That's it, right? Look in the comments. We good. We got YB now. Keep it. We're waiting on Blueface. YB, we free. We good. We grown as hell, dog. We good. Cardi just dropped, and YB's home. Somebody said, bro, think this is 2014. Now, keep in mind, fans are so fickle and love to hate. It's so much fun dropped in like 2020. We was bumping the shit out of it. Got more plays than any of his albums ever. Somebody said, we ain't begging for shit. We got Cardi. Unfortunately, people now look at waiting for music or begging someone to drop music like a Cardi thing. They say you're trying to force the Cardi effect. YB's out, we're good. We're still streaming music, which is Cardi's album. You ain't Cardi. And again, yo, Young Thug, bro, just drop your music, bro. At the end of the day, if you want time with your family, your girl, you could have all the time in the world. But I do think it's about time that if you cared about some of the added publicity of the fact that you went through one of the craziest trials and one of the craziest situations in hip-hop history, if that doesn't give you proof or incentive for you to drop, nigga, don't drop. Don't drop. Like, we're not about to beg you. You're a great artist, but don't drop then. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't believe Thug fell off at all. Low-key. We got the shooters identified in the Sauce Walker incident. And this is one of the YNs that was caught on camera. And this is how police got him. This is the vehicle used in the murder. They tracked this vehicle to somewhere. Think they went to McDonald's. Nigga was about to get a filet of fish. And they got this nigga hopping out of the car. Whoa, is that a Drake on his hand? What's in his hand? Yeah. See that right there? Boy, it look like he got Drake on him, man. You can see him clearly. This is another nigga that's in the car. Now, they're saying that there's been a warrant been issued, and this dude supposedly is 21-year-old Jaden Dandridge in regards to the shooting. And they're saying, Sauce Walker got shot in the leg. We all know. Says to P, he died. They're offering a $6,000 cash reward. They're saying that there was a retrieve. They want to retrieve the vehicle. The vehicle is a 2021 white Dodge Charger that was stolen, and it's a 392 Scat Pack. They're offering $6,000 for information that will lead to the arrest of this guy. Interesting. They found that nigga quick. But I think dudes like this really think that they're not gonna get caught. It's no way these niggas are doing these crimes saying, yeah, I'm gonna get caught, but at least I got my mans. Like, no way, right? I'm not believing that. Okay. What was I trying to do? You know what? Chat. I think I'm gonna save. I do have two topics. I got a Trick Daddy topic, a Nelly topic, even though you might not care about that. And I got a Stephen A topic. Chat. I gotta save my voice if I'm gonna try to do this 30 or 30 shit. My voice is just completely hoarse right now. It's like completely done. I gotta go hydrate and whatever. I'm still getting over this sickness, chat. So I'm gonna call it here. Chat. I'll be back on tomorrow earlier. Put me in about like 4 o'clock. I'll be back at like 4 o'clock, and or 5 o'clock, and we'll go finish up the rest of the topics. And I can't wait. The reason I want to do this King James topic, this LeBron James and Stephen A topic, while I'm like super hoarse, I got too much jokes for this shit. This is crazy. Nah, this is crazy. My man said he was going to slap the shit out of LeBron if LeBron put hands on him. I ain't going to lie. I got a whole spiel tomorrow, but I'll start off tomorrow's stream with the whole King James and Stephen A shit. But chat, let me go rest this voice because I'm not about to sit here and just watch videos with y'all for the rest of the night. I think that's whack. So I'm going to just get off and try to rest my voice. And I know some of y'all like, you're not going to see me for day 2. I'm getting on for day 2. Y'all know we can't get past day 3, but we definitely get past day 2. Okay? Chat, I'm getting off for now. Let me read donations if I can. Yeah, my voice just sucks right now. I've been taking amoxicillin. I don't know why they prescribe me that weak ass bullshit. That shit is not hitting. I promise you that shit is not hitting. Okay. It's all good. Thank you guys for the new memberships. Oh, the 6 new memberships on the King Academics or the Academy page. Someone says, "Yo, did you hear Matt Barnes audio trying to get DL dirt on Shannon Sharp? What? For Shaq? What? Matt Barnes? What? Shaq.
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, again, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around, so just want to put that out there.
Bro, Shaq is something else, bro. Yo, it's so crazy. We love Shaq so much. Yo, you know Shaq been involved in all type of shit, man. Like, paying for all type of shit. Like, we went through this already. I believe this. We be thinking Shaq is just like this lovable Superman guy. Shaq is on some time. Shaq don't like Shannon Sharp? Holy, that's a good one. Where's that beef stemming from? Shaq, Shannon Sharp beef. They got a beef?
I got it for you, big boy.
So we got to talk about Shannon Sharp and Shaquille O'Neal in today's video. So it's looking like Shaq had made some comments about Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp had said some things about Shaq because Shaq had talked about the MVP award with Joker.
President of the Big Man Alliance, you are the vice president of the Big Man Alliance. You know I love you, the best player in the league. I want to congratulate you, but I want you to hear from me first. I thought the SGA should have been the MVP. That's no disrespect to you, but congratulations. And what do you guys have to do to get back on track versus Minnesota?
Thank you, Shaq. We don't judge people here, so that's fine. It's your opinion. I'm joking.
Brother, hey, all good. I love you. I love your brothers. One thing we always gonna do is keep it real with each other. Congratulations. I love you.
So Shannon Sharp.
And chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was about to get off, but I still got to do a couple more topics because these topics are gonna be expired by tomorrow. So give me another 30 minutes. I'm gonna rock out. Don't worry.
Sharp had this segment on Nightcap with Ocho Cinco and Gilbert Arenas, and they said this. And this is what Shaquille O'Neal had to say on Instagram about Shannon Sharp.
So you took me sticking up for Shy as jealousy of Joker. Shows how smart you are. Anything blah, blah, blah. Don't forget, I know what you did to get where you at. Me jealous? Sounds like you jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant. Yo, chat, I'm going to be honest with you. Shaq is like a fucking demon, bro. Remember I told you, Shaq really dislikes me. Remember I told you Shaq DM like 3 of my exes already? Bro, Shaq, I don't even want to tell you. He did some recent shit. I was just like, Shaq. Yo, I'm like down to apologize to Shaq. That's how, yo, he's too petty. Yo, Shaq's still on my ass. Pause. Could anybody get, yo, somebody send this to Matt Barnes. Shaq got beef with me over me posting him sliding up in a 20-year-old chick that was working at what do you call it again? Was it Foot Locker? No, it was Home Depot or something like that. Shaq, I'm sorry. I remember he DM'd me mad. He was like, he DM'd me like I was cop blocking. No, I'm just the media. Well, I guess the media cop blocks. Shaq, I'm down to apologize. Please stop texting any girl I'm dealing with, bro. Yo, Shaq just sent a follow request to a chick that I just the chick got like 300 followers, bro. Like, private. Shaq is in hers, and I know who told her. Yo, this is crazy. Nah, Shaq is on a different type of time. I don't know how he's so petty. Shaq is too petty, and he's too rich. So I want to apologize to Shaq. Shannon Sharp, if you got a gay tape out there, if you like inhaling a cock, sucking a nigga off or some shit, I don't know if you gay. I think you straight. You feel me? But if you got anything of the sort, apologize to Shaq. He gonna find it. That nigga Shaq, like, bruh, he's just petty as hell and big as hell. Bro, Shaq sent a follower request to a girl that got 300 followers. Because word came to the grapevine that I was talking to somebody. Like, I promise you. The chick said to me, yo, I've been getting like weird DMs. Like, yo, why did this guy follow me? I'm like, who? So she showed me the phone. It's Shaq! This is 2 days ago. It's Shaq! Bro, she got 300 followers. She's private, bro. 300 followers. I guarantee you. 300 followers. Shaq is in her requested. And I looked at Shaq shit. He only followed 2,000 people. He requested a chick with 300 followers. I'm like, Shaq is a fucking demon. This chick don't know no other, I'm not no celebrity, but no other person in the industry but me. I'm the only one. I'm like, Shaq is on my ass. Pause. Shaq, forgive me, brother. I will never, ever expose you for hitting on the chicks at Home Depot again. Matter of fact, ever since that, I'm a Lowe's type of guy. I don't even go to no Home Depot no more. I go to Lowe's. You know, I'm getting on my construction shit. Chill, Shaq. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. When I seen that, I felt defeated. I'm like, the only good thing is that, like Shorty's in her early 20s. She don't know Shaq. She's like, who is this guy? And I was like, I was gonna be like, what do you mean, who's this guy? 5 rings, Mr. Superman, Big Diesel. Hell no, nigga. I just act like he was just a weirdo. I was just like, I don't know. I'm like, you know what I did? Yo, I'm a hater, chat. You know what I did? I Googled his age in front of her, and you know what she said? He could be my grandfather. I said, let's keep it like that. I ain't Google his net worth, because if I Google his net worth, she might have been like, what the fuck? I'm talking to the wrong nigga. You broke compared to this. What the fuck? Nigga, I Googled his age. Shaq, I'm sorry. I want to squash this beef. Shaq, how could I squash it? I want to be cool with you so bad, bro. Please, bro. Let me be cool with you, Shaq. Please. Shannon Sharp, just wave the white flag. Shannon Sharp, if you got any videos of a nigga licking your gooch, fondling your booty hole, you poking your butt out for them, nigga, just cop a plea to Shaq. This nigga Shaq is undefeated, bro. By the way, I don't believe Shannon Sharp is gay. He's straight, I think. That was Shaq got a daughter? No, I ain't doing that. Shaq will get you killed. Shaq will get you. You see, that's the thing too, bro. When you start playing with a nigga that's in a different bracket like that, it's like, bro, like, yo, he do shit. You wonder if you could like do shit back because y'all could get petty too. But I'm like, look, if he's offering money through motherfucking Matt Barnes, nigga, Matt Barnes sound like a gossiper. Yo, any of y'all niggas want to get some shit on Shannon Sharp for Shaq? He paying top dollar. Ain't Matt Barnes rich too? He just gossiping now. Yeah, bro, I gotta chill. I don't want no problems with that nigga Shaq, bro. You think Shannon Sharp deleted the copies? Shit. He gonna get the real copy. Remember when Shannon Sharp dropped the phone and he was fucking the bitch? That we thought was a bitch? Gonna be one of them saucy Santana type of niggas, man. Anyway, now I don't think that nigga gay. That's the only thing you could expose Shannon Sharp about. Like if he gay. But I don't think he gay. He just like having tight clothes on and wearing cross bags, and the way he walk, he be just kind of, he walk like a gorilla. He be just switching his hips. You be like, what the fuck? But I think that's because he bow-legged, and I think that he got hit a lot in the NFL, so that's how he kind of walk like this. He waddle like he just, and he not fat. He just kind of love shaking that. But I think that's the way, like, all them little bodybuilder niggas after they, you know what I mean, do the P90X and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think that's how they, yeah, I don't know. That's my boy, Shay. Nah, let me stop. I want to get on that show. I got to stop. Oh, and I seen Jess Hilarious trying to say some shit about me. See, now I'm up. See, I was about to say, you know what? Let me just calm it down for the night. Save the voice. I heard chat. Should I give Jess Hilarious another 5 minutes? I ain't gonna lie. When people diss me, it just gives me adrenaline. Maybe I do it tomorrow. That bitch gotta go get her job back, man. Get your fucking job back. Shorty was crying about being unemployed last week. Now she over there telling stale jokes to Shannon Sharp, talking about me. I got a Jess Hilarious challenge. You show I hate when y'all broke ass bitch ass niggas. You know they try to. Charlamagne done offer me 5 things. I ain't get one of them. I ain't say yes to one of them. Nigga, I'm rich already. Money can't entice me. There's nothing you can't tell me $4, $5, $6, $8, $9 million that's gonna make me move a motherfucking way unless I want to do it. My lawyers just text himself nowadays. Hey, we have this opportunity. Man, shut up. Money ain't do it for me no more. Listen, I don't want none of y'all to talk about no basement shit. I'm down to go house for house, call for call, bank account for bank account, band for band. None of y'all want to do that with me. Y'all just be like, just keep showing up at 6 o'clock. Get the coffee for Lauren LaRosa, you dummy. And then when she actually delivers and does your job for you, when you collect your paycheck that should be cut in half because she deserved the other half of it, and you're telling them stale jokes with them big honky teeth in your fucking grill, looking like a man, okay? And after you peel off that whatever headpiece you got and you see how disgusting you look, just remember, man, you just a goddamn failed comedian that Corey Holcomb done clapped you up on his goddamn podcast. 5150 just did you in. I did you in too. And I'm glad you admitted that when I roasted you last time, you were sending that shit up in a group chat to Lauren LaRose like, why is he talking about me like this? It's okay, ma'am. How you lose it? How you pick your replacement to lose your job too? You trained your replacement, stupid. You trained the person you damn near finna get fired for. How'd that work? All that shit talking about, oh, you won't leave the basement. You a woman. Because if I say I would slap the shit out of you, you'd be like, oh, no, I can't say that, right? So what is that whole thing about me leaving the basement? I go anywhere I fucking want to go. Nigga, this is Earth. Fuck is you talking about? I hate when women try to have that little undertone of like, he don't come outside. To see who? You're a woman. I can't do nothing to you. I could just see you and just laugh at you looking like a tranny. You look like a man. You're a tranny. I'm sorry. I saw you. I said, oh, this is transsexual. You've been mad at me ever since. I made a mistake. Well, actually, I don't even know I made a mistake. If you give me a DNA test right now, I could see the X and Y chromosome, right? It's supposed to be X and Y or 2X. No, it's 2 X's. Niggas is X and Y. See, I think it's an X and Y. I think you a nigga. Yeah, show me the DNA test. I see the 2 X chromosomes. I said, oh, this is the bitch. It's a whole bitch. She got a pussy. She probably bleed. I don't know how the pussy look, but come on. Just hilarious. Here's the thing. You're a lowbrow comedian, and usually I stay away from going at really funny people. But you're not even funny at your day job or even at your night job, which is stand-up. I'm actually down, and let's bring everything out of the way, right? Number one, you can't talk about me. You're the fourth wheel on the Breakfast Club. You can't go you can't go nothing for me. That's a fact. Like, it's just not happening. But I am down to go joke for joke with you, and you're probably the only comedian I would go joke for joke with. So we could remove all this little passive-aggressive stuff because, again, you're a woman, I'm a man. We shouldn't even be talking like that to each other. But we could roast. I'm down to do the roasting. You get your jokes at me. And by the way, if your jokes only stay at basement and fat ass, come on. It's a reason why you lost your job. You got to get a little bit more creative. If I got into it with Corey Holcomb, I know that nigga would be roasting from here to goddamn Mexico, right? It's a reason why you lost your job. I'm down to roast. I'm down to go joke for joke with you because I think what people have proven, Jess, you're just not that funny. You're a Instagram comedian hack that most real comedians been called out for a very long time. You couldn't even do a proper reading to keep your job. And now we're at just a place where you're unhappy with your day job and your night job ain't kicking like that. It's okay. I'm the lovable villain, or not lovable villain, the hateable villain. We could go back and forth roasting each other on some dumb shit. It's all good. Let's keep it light, though. Let's keep it light. Keep it light. And, yeah, I just don't think you're that funny. I thought you was a man. You got offended by that. How the comedian, even if I really thought that, you could have said that was a joke. You got mad offended by that. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely down to go joke for joke. I just don't think she's that funny, honestly. Like, who do I think is actually funny? Which female comedian? I ain't gonna lie, a lot of these hoes ain't funny, I ain't gonna lie. But, yeah, that's just really what it is. Fuck the 5 minutes, whatever, 2.5. Just take that, Jess. I ain't gonna lie, take that. Okay. Shaq. I apologize, Shaq. Shaq, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to fuck up your pimp game. Shaq. Stop following women I'm following with 200 followers. Please. And who's telling you this? How do you know? Shaq. Maybe I gotta start talking gangster. Yo, Shaq, man. You better stop fucking DMing my hoes, nigga. On the day of homies on Paru, nigga. Or else the next ring you finna get your 5th ring, nigga, around your eye, nigga. Stop playing with me, nigga. All right? Real nigga. All right, let me stop talking. Let me stop playing with Shaq, man. Fuck! Why am I beefing with Shaq, bro? I got beef with Shaq. I love Shaq. Shaq one of the people like I really love. Like I love the personality of Shaq. But then I realized like Shaq is like a demonic nigga with money, just using his money to fuck bitches, pay for sex, do all type of weird shit, and bully people he don't like. And I'm like, no, I like you, Shaq. Shaq, you know, I'm trying to go to your Super Bowl parties when I pop out to the Super Bowl. Let's be friends, Shaq. Could y'all tell Shaq let's be friends? Yeah, we need Shaq on the stream. Shaq, I don't even think Kobe win them joints without you. You big diesel. Fuck, man. I'm not proud about this beef, bro. And also, it really hurts me that Shaq is this dedicated. Because he's doing shit that nobody would know about. Yeah, we got to do a stream or something. Just tell this nigga I apologize, man. Fuck. All right, anyway. Yeah, matter of fact, Shaq, if you squash it with me, nigga, I help you go up on this nigga Shannon Sharp. Why the hell Shannon Sharp, though? I don't think Shannon Sharp bother nobody type shit, though. All right. Why Matt Barnes calling around doing shit like that, though? What the fuck? Anyway. My man Matt Barnes ain't been the same since Derek Fisher was piping his hoe. I ain't gonna hold you. That's a fact. Yo, let's let me see. Should I go with I gotta fuck with the Stephen A shit, man. This shit funny too, bro. I was gonna do this tomorrow, man. But yeah, I got a little burst of energy right now. Stephen A. Smith, LeBron. Let me apologize to Matt Barnes. So I heard Matt Barnes got hands. I heard that nigga backflipped over the fence when Derek Fisher was punching that dick in there. You feel me? That nigga ran in the house like, what's cracking, cuz? That's what I heard. Y'all ain't hear that? Oh, Shannon called Shaq a hater? Now I heard Matt Barnes, he on some type of timing too. Nigga, I heard he had motherfucking Derek Fisher running around the island in the kitchen like it was a screen. It's one of them Lakers triangle offense screens back in the day, nigga. That nigga, he was chasing Derek. Remember Derek Fisher was fucking his bitch, right? Like, word two. Matt Barnes, Derek Fisher. Nigga, they said he backflipped over the shit like it was speed backflipping over a fucking speeding Lamborghini. Y'all never heard this story? This shit was devious.
And played with, and were my life. So Saturday, the boys come from practice. My last day of practice, time that her Bluetooth is on in the car, so she gets back in the car. I'm like, who the fuck you talking to? And
that's Derek Fisher. Derek Fisher was, I ain't gonna lie. Well, hold on. Wait, who was a better player though? Cause I ain't gonna lie, like if it was a bum nigga, you can't have. If a bum nigga's punching dick in your bitch's stomach, that's a problem. But Derek Fisher was low-key valid though. Derek Fisher usually hits some big shots. I can't even cap with you. Who's better, Matt Barnes or Derek Fisher? Somebody said Derek Fisher soft? Yo, Matt Barnes lucky he was in LA with that bullshit. If he was in Texas or Florida running down on another nigga punching dick in his bitch, you wouldn't be doing no fighting, nigga. You'd be fighting for your life. That's it. They were both role players? Nah, but Durk used to start.
she kind of freezes up, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm thinking, I'm back in my place. I'm smoking, like, I'm gonna whip this dude's ass. And it's not even
shit, I'm gonna put the beats on him.
So much, you know.
Nah, he having flashbacks. He still want to whip that nigga. What happened to Derek Fisher? Wasn't he a coach at one point?
Me, and I'm like, Carter, what's up, bro? He shakes his head, nothing. It's like, well, what's going on? Like, why are you not talking? He just shakes his head, nothing. And then he puts his head down on the couch and puts a pillow over his face. And in the phone, he's like, your friend Derek is over here.
Ooh!
And I'm like, no fucking way. Like, this is not real. I'm like, what? I was like, where's your mom? And he's like, well, mommy
in lingerie, ready to bust it open. Oh, lit.
Mommy, Isaiah, and Derek are at the store or some shit like that. So then I hit my other twin, Isaiah. I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, we just got done running errands. We went to the store and to the airport. I'm like, oh, who did you pick up from the airport? And I think it was tough. So they're probably, what is this? They're probably 6 at this time. So it's almost like it hangs up on me. I'm like, okay. But so by this time, like, both my cars are already out in Memphis, and this is pre-Uber for me. So like, I have a little, my homeboy stays with me, but he's always gone. His Bentley was downstairs, but I couldn't find the keys. So I'm rummaging through the house. He's in Vegas, like, bro, where are your keys? I need your keys. I need to go somewhere. And I kind of briefly told him, I need to find your keys. So I finally found his keys. I go down the parking lot, put that bitch in reverse, and he has a flat tire. And it's a Bentley, so I can't just like rough the shit up.
Okay, which is what, like 20 miles or something?
It's 15 minutes.
15 minutes, right.
Yeah. So
well, I guess you were bumping Tupac the whole time?
The whole time, man. So I'm bumping Tupac.
Probably not the right type of music
So
at this point.
nigga pulling up and bumping Tupac? Yeah, this nigga was ready to crash out.
I hit up Gilbert Arenas. And I'm just like, kind of briefly give him what's going on. I was like, I'm probably gonna need to get bailed out of jail tonight.
Oh
He's
shit!
like, what's going on? And I'm just like, Derek's. And I kind of give him a little story. He's like, Gilbert's a motherfucking fire starter himself. So
he's the instigator.
He was gassed anyways. Like, I
he's
got
the guy
you.
that brings the gun into the locker room.
Right. He's like, I got you. Whatever you need, you're good. So I end up getting to the house, and I give him my keys back by this time. So the front door's locked, and I hear people in the backyard, and I smell the fire pit. So I hop the fence.
Nigga backflipped over the fence. This shit crazy.
And it's crazy too. Like I'm in a hoodie and my beanie, and I'm walking along the side of the fence. And then this is probably 10 o'clock at night by now. So you walk down the side of the house, and then the backyard opens up a little bit. And as soon as I turn into the backyard, I see Derek with his arm around Gloria. So I just fire on him.
Bang! Well, I guess you jumped over the gate.
Yeah, I jumped over the back fence because it was locked.
Right, because Gilbert Arenas, I guess, did an Instagram post about it.
Yeah,
there was no play-by-play.
There was nobody stopped. Like there was no. I was on. Had people over, a bunch of people over. So I hit him. He falls into the sliding glass door.
Okay, so you actually punch him in the face,
yeah,
and you connect.
Okay, and hit him and knock him into the sliding glass door. And then I'm jumped on by like 3 or 4 dudes. Everyone's screaming. All the girls are telling me to stop, Matt, stop, Matt. And I get these motherfuckers off my toe. Whoever gets in my way.
Nah. Some real shit. Some real shit. Nah. Matt Barnes, I fuck with you, Crody. I think you was being slick with me one time, but it's all good. I'm gonna forgive you. But don't try that shit. You in LA. You LA niggas think this is about phase. You come around here fucking with that. You backflip over my fence, my dog eating you out, or we shooting you. That's a fact. Okay, Shaq on this nigga's ass. And Matt Barnes is the do boy. This is crazy. All right, cool. Oh, Stephen A. Smith, man. This nigga's out of pocket, bro. Yo, Stephen A. Smith, bro, I fuck with you so much, but I've never seen you look this, like, pathetic and sad. And I was really thinking about it. Stephen A. Smith is exactly how I felt when Lil Baby dissed me on his album. Because I was jacking Lil Baby. Pause. Like, I was like, yo, I was rocking with Lil Baby. Like, that was like, yo, I was one of the niggas saying he one of the nicest out. I hear his fucking album, nigga violating me. So now, like, yeah, I could have took it in stride, but then your ego, your man shit start popping in. Now, that's why I think Stephen A., he looking at LeBron like an op. He really want to say LeBron is falling off. Fuck this gray hair old ass nigga. His breath stink. His son is trash. He really want to say that, but he can't. You get what I'm saying? Now, what makes it worse is this. And I always say this to people in general when it comes to confrontation. If you had a confrontation with another man, right? And in that confrontation, you felt that nigga bitched you, but you only felt it when you got home because you ain't do nothing in the moment. You got to let it go. Stephen A. Smith did nothing in front of LeBron when LeBron checked him. He only started turning up the more people started laughing at the clip and commenting about him. That's where I'm like, I thought Stephen A. was better than that. Of course he's supposed to say fuck LeBron. LeBron tried to play with him. I get that. But he's starting to act like a super thug now. Like, my nigga Stephen A. is really on some like, I would have swung on that nigga if he had played with me. Yo, matter of fact, LeBron's a sucker. He been saying the most now. And he's only saying it because he's trying to compensate for his ego that he did nothing in the moment. That LeBron talked to him like a little boy, screamed at him, you did nothing. And here's my thing. Bro, you told us why you did nothing. That same week, you got a $100 million contract from ESPN. You said you didn't want to embarrass the game or do nothing. All right, bro, just stick with that story and just let it go. You've explained what your stance is. Bro, now he keeps saying extra shit like, I would have beat him up. Like, no, not beat him up. I would have swung on him if he did it. Bro, Stephen A., we don't want to hear that shit, bro. And this is when I realized rappers and media personalities is kind of like analysts and basketball players. Like, Stephen A. Smith done turned into Elliott Wilson after Drake told that nigga to eat a dick. Like, I'm going to keep it a bean. Like, because Elliott Wilson was rocking with Drake heavy. Drake said one thing to the nigga's the biggest hater. You get what I'm saying? And that's kind of how Stephen A is coming across. Again, the only difference is, and by the way, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, because if a nigga say fuck you, fuck him too. But I think Stephen A looks crazy because he did nothing in the moment, and now he keep talking about what he could have done or would do or will do. That sounds crazy. So LeBron popped on Pat McAfee's show recently to talk about Stephen A. Here we go.
Yep. Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh yeah, we're watching it. We're all seeing it.
Oh yeah,
you're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Yeah, went viral. You would be not to talk about it.
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you could address it, it's your ass. Like seriously, it's, and like another, he completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job, to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players. And I think a lot of the media, including him, and I know he's gonna be happy as hell. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about him again.
Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like how LeBron is even talking though. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Yo, LeBron is in his era of, and I don't know why he's in that era now. Yo, you've been the most criticized player all your career. I do think he is very decorated right now, and he's LeBron, but he's been LeBron for so long. I feel he always wanted to be on his KD shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, at least KD been on these niggas' ass. Pause. KD been on some, yo, man, I don't fuck with y'all niggas, man. Like, y'all niggas don't know the game of basketball like that. Yo, y'all niggas is just haters. Like, he's been on that. LeBron has been, like, and that's the only thing, I guess, if I had to give a criticism, LeBron never was this vocal when niggas was just sucking him off. When niggas was just two-hand twisting, giving him the gawk $5 million, he wasn't saying nothing. He wouldn't even comment on nothing. He had nothing to say. You get what I'm saying? The difference with KD didn't like niggas even if they gave him a compliment. Like, he was always keeping it 100 with what he felt about everything. LeBron sat quiet while he was getting sucked off, and then once people start attacking his son or his decision or how he spoke on how his son was supposed to be good and whatever, now he's like, he's coming out to throw these little pot shots at all these dudes. And for me, it just kind of looks out of, not out of pocket, but it looks out of character for LeBron, because we've never seen LeBron like this. And it don't look like he's angry, but it's almost like, damn, you really felt like this about all these niggas for that long? And that brings me to another point. I think for the majority of LeBron James' career, I think people could now realize LeBron was playing a character, playing a role. He wasn't telling you what he really felt about all situations and all people. And I think he's at the point now where, shit, I mean, Jordan got to that point too, but I mean, Jordan was hating a lot. You know what I mean? Jordan would just not give it up whenever he would give his opinion at a certain point. But I think he's at that point now where he feels he could just say what he feels. And again, it's not my place to be like, yo, whether he should be able to do that or not. All I could point out is that he wasn't doing that before. Somebody said it's a transition. He about to be done with ball. Yeah, that might be it too. It's like Michael Jordan at the goddamn retirement speech. He started throwing more shots at niggas. LeBron might be like, yo, let me just get this shit off because y'all niggas talked a lot during my career. Let me get mine off. And by the way, if that's it, you got to respect LeBron too. Niggas talked about him, criticized him. call him out of his name, always said he wasn't enough. Shit, if this is the way to get it back, I'm not tripping on it. I understand. Now, here's the thing. Oh, okay. Oh, Charles Barkley spoke on this.
They both had an awful week. LeBron, he's too big to be that type of bully. To bully Stephen A. and to bully Brian Windhorst. Brian Windhorst is a sweet person, man. He's just trying to do his thing. And I've always liked LeBron, but him being a bully, it turned me off, Dan. But I will say this, Stephen A., the way he reacted was so lame and weak.
Yo, Charles is still the only real nigga on TV. He's giving it up exactly how I think the regular human thinks, unless you just love LeBron or hate LeBron.
And Stephen A. is a good dude, man. For him to react, LeBron, like I say, I blame him for starting the bullying, going on Pat's show just bullying people. Because, LeBron, he's a control freak. He knows everything he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows everything he's doing. He knew when he walked up to Stephen A. what he was doing. But the way Stephen A. reacted, going on Gilbert's podcast, talking tough, and I said, come on, man, you're better than that. So there's only losers, Dan, in this scenario, us as the sports media. You got the biggest star in the game. You probably got the biggest star on television, and they both look bad, in my opinion. And what bothers me the most, they both good dudes. Like, I don't mind people who are an asshole looking bad. I don't mind that at all. They deserve it. But Stephen A. is a good dude, and LeBron is a good dude. But they both look really bad this week. They both had a bad week, to answer your question. LeBron started it, and Stephen A., I'm not sure what he was trying to do. He just made it worse and worse and worse. And then I saw the thing last night, we had to come out and apologize for saying LeBron didn't go to Kobe's memorial. I'm like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Well, they both know what they're doing. They both get attention. They like attention.
The one thing you can always say about me, I ain't never had personal attacks on people. I've criticized people. That's part of our job, telling the truth. It can never be personal.
But are you searching for attention?
Okay, all right. Let me see if I can play with my boy. What the hell did Stephen A. say? Yeah, Stephen A. went off for a bit, bro. Where that nigga Stephen A. at?
His hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
Oh shit!
Even put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Stop it, Stephen A. Yo, Stephen A. just got to be honest, man. And this is the fragile emotions and fragile emotions and also ego of any analyst or media personality. We talk about athletes or rappers or whoever all the time. The moment they mention us, bro, we definitely do get fragile. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like, nigga, when they do something bad, we expect them to understand that we're criticizing, saying you did something bad. When they do something good, we give them praise, or we should. The moment they respond back to us, we feel very different. That's a fact. Listen, I'm telling you the truth. That is a fact. So I look at Stephen A. though as a guy who's been doing this longer than anybody, and I'm just watching him because he looked like he's going through it like a athlete never mentioned him before. Which there's been so many athletes I mentioned before. Now maybe he's only doing it for the ratings. He might be only doing it for the ratings.
Correctional officer.
Let me see.
What's up, everybody? Stephen A. Smith.
Nigga did a 52.
I have not been talking about Bronny James. I have not, as LeBron James accused.
And by the way, chat, remember when I told you this is why Stephen A. Smith should have told LeBron eat a dick? Because he's trying to figure out why LeBron, he's trying to understand LeBron's either vitriol, everything LeBron's doing. But the reality is this. You've talked about LeBron for 20 years. This is the first time he got to say something about you. He probably never liked you. Like there's some artists that don't like me. Or probably wouldn't even care to get to know me. That if they could say one thing about me, or there's a time for them to say something about me, they're going to say something negative. And Stephen A. Smith, I think he's taking it personal, like if the biggest and best basketball player, and he's a basketball guy, if that person don't fuck with him, or if that person is like completely discrediting him, it's like such a shot to him. And that's why he keeps going back and forth with it. Also, he knows ratings.
Accused me of doing to my face, been shitting on his son. I clapped back at D. Wade and Melo, two brothers I love dearly, when they were talking about this, even though 99% of the stuff they said was right. It was not clapping back at his son. Your second-round pick, 55th overall. There's been plenty of second-round picks that have to work their way up through the ranks before getting to the pro level. Me pointing that out about his son and talking about how his son has been pushed to the forefront, thereby put in a line of fire for folks in the media to come at him, is not denigrating his son. It's simply highlighting what we all knew, which is that he's not ready yet. But based on what we've seen from Bronny recently, there are indications that he will be. And as LeBron James pointed out on the Pat McAfee show today, it's probably sooner than later because his growth and his maturation from just a year ago has happened by leaps and bounds. Nothing but respect and appreciation. Wishing Bronny nothing but the best. This is not about Bronny. This is about LeBron. This is about LeBron. And when you sit up there and you talk about, I love talking about, I don't need something like this to happen to talk about LeBron. He plays for the Lakers. He is LeBron James. I don't need an incident like this to talk about LeBron James. And do I use him for ratings? You're damn right. Like I use anything in the news for ratings. Because I'm a reporter and a personality and a pundit and a commentator. That's my career.
Go ahead.
Of course I talk about him. Of course I talk about anything relevant in the news. 1 minute it's LeBron, another minute it's the Cowboys. Y'all act like that's all I talk about. For 2 hours a day, 10 hours a week live, all I talk about is LeBron and the Cowboys. Are you sure?
Yeah, I talk about LeBron a lot, man. It's all good.
When you bring your family up in there before, you're going to go on Pat McAfee show, talk about you going to protect your house. What you talking about? Your son ain't at the house. He's at crypto.com arena. We ain't covering him in Brentwood. We covering him in downtown L.A.
Man, just ask that nigga for a fade, man. I don't think LeBron would take it. LeBron my nigga, but I don't think LeBron got no squabbles. LeBron one of them big-ass niggas that, like he'll go like this and then he just try to grab you, bro. LeBron don't got no fucking squabbles, nigga. Like, has LeBron won any NBA fight, nigga? I've seen like little niggas like trying to intimidate LeBron. LeBron got no fucking squabbles.
Crypto.com arena. Where you put him. Now I happen to believe that he's going to be ready. I think Bronny's going to be an NBA player.
Man, I ain't gonna. This is a dick ride now, like by Steve. Steve, stop the fucking dick ride. That's what I told you. You should have told that nigga to eat a dick off rip. That's why your conscience is fucking with you. You ain't tell him to eat a dick day one, and now he flexing on you and you don't know what to do. Man, Bronny gonna be a star if he turn trans and go in that WNBA, nigga. He ain't finna be no fucking star in the goddamn NBA, my nigga. I don't give a damn. It ain't gonna be no goddamn star, bro. You gotta stay 100 on what you really think. You don't think that nigga gonna be no goddamn star? They're trying to force feed that nigga, bro. Bro, the nigga is small as Chris Paul with like he got some athleticism, but it's not like he got it like Nate Robinson. Keep it a beam. Nigga shooting 30%, 40% from the free throw. Like, this shit is not good. Fuck are we talking about? LeBron scaring you into a new opinion? I don't like that shit. That's why you should tell LeBron. This is why, you see, Stephen A. Smith having a conflict as a man. Because he want to be cool with LeBron. You always want to be cool with the biggest artist. Bruh, I had that conflict when Drake first started talking shit to me. First time I talked to Drake, he talking crazy shit to me. He my favorite. I tell that nigga, eat a dick. I don't need you, nigga. I do, but I had to tell him that shit. Got to stand on it. Pause. Then we became cool, and now we best friends. But seriously, though, if you get what I'm saying, Stephen A. is coming across hurt. And when you hurt, you start saying all type of shit. If you laid a hand on me, I'm punching him in his face. I would have did this. I would have did that. Yo, like, come on, bro.
I believe in the kid, personally. But LeBron did this. Now, to get to he and I, could y'all please go back to the video of him getting in my... I'm not talking about. I have even more nuggets of info to give y'all on that point.
What?
Brother don't like smoke. He just likes to give it. Typical bully mentality. It ain't working with me. What am I talking about exactly?
It worked already.
I'll tell you right after this break.
Yo, Stephen A. Smith, the type of nigga you slap, nigga. You slap him today, and for the next 3 weeks, he's still politicking the slap. No, nigga, you're either gonna slap that nigga back, but what the fuck are you talking about?
But this is what he does. It's what he's always done. And then he looks at everybody else and he say, this Stephen A. Smith, man, please, whatever, whatever. Why do I take this so seriously? Because you got cats out there trying to give the impression that I come after people's families. I need y'all to pause for 1 second. And I just need y'all to think. I'm just talking to the professional athletes out there. I'm not going to even mention any names.
Damn,
and as in, you know, we'll probably never speak in life again.
Damn.
But if he wanted, you know, I wish he had the shop. I wish he invited me on.
Damn.
Not my platform, his platform. You can't defend the stuff that he's done. You have no idea, but he knows I know. We want to go there, let's go there. Slithering and just through stuff and always with the two-faced nonsense. Ooh, y'all don't know the half.
Yo, Stephen A. Smith, man. You see, when a rapper play with me, man, I expose him daily, man. If you're not on LeBron James' head top exposing that nigga, you see, you got too much rules for yourself. Yo, a rapper play with me, I'll expose his baby mama having an abortion, nigga. I'll expose a miscarriage. Nigga, I'll expose anything, nigga. Nigga, I just keep secrets in my wheelhouse. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Once you say something about me, nigga, it's happening. I'm saying anything, nigga. I might try to, you know, a rapper told me, yo, Ack, the way you was going at me, it sounded like you was trying to put the feds on me. You know what I said? I was. The fuck do you think I was doing, nigga? I was covering all your crimes, nigga. Nigga, I was trying to help the DA write the indictment. Fuck are you talking about? I don't think it's a good idea to be getting into it with me. Because I don't got no rules. There ain't no morals and ethics. I'd be like, oh my God, Ack, let's not do that. Nigga, what? I done told y'all. Nigga, I break up your marriage. I'll tell your kid that you ain't a biological father. I don't care. I'm not going to Charleston White would do much more. Like, Charleston White gonna call your kid. I won't do that. But I'm just saying, like, come on, bro. Not to tell a nigga I was trying to. The fuck?
Y'all don't know. So when he went on Pat McAfee's show earlier today, it was no surprise. The show that comes on after First Take. The show that stars me. I know that you got a new podcast coming out with Steve Nash. No surprise there. JJ Redick, Steve Nash. No surprise. Got the podcast coming out. Definitely want to promote that basketball podcast. And we should watch it. We should learn because LeBron knows more basketball.
Chat, I'm not anti-LeBron. I'm actually saying LeBron is clapping these niggas up. I looked at him doing this, though. This felt like an end-of-career move. I don't think prime LeBron, who's knowing that criticisms of him being inadequate, his team is valid, would be sitting up here saying what he's saying. But I think LeBron knows at this point, whether the Lakers win a ring or not this year, and I think they got a decent chance, I think he knows his legacy's cemented. if he plays 3 more years, 4 more years, if he plays whatever, maybe he just plays to wait for his other son to get in the league. You're either already thought he's the GOAT or he could never be the GOAT. I don't think there's nobody's like, the next ring makes him the GOAT. There's nobody like that. There's people who say he's already the GOAT, and then people who are saying he could never be the GOAT. So I think this is an end of career move type of shit. And I think he always wanted to get his shit off at a couple niggas. Real talk.
Well, that most people forgot. Just like he said to Pat McAfee, his mind, he thinks the game. Most of these people rely on their athleticism and their talents and their skill. He relies on his brain. He's absolutely right. And he knows basketball backwards and forwards. That has nothing to do with how you've treated people. That has nothing to do with the things that you've said. That has nothing to do with you confronting me about doing my job. And everybody wants to look at it and say, as a father, as a father, as a father. Because I said, as a father. I stand by that. Not because he's Bronny's father. I stand by it because he was the one putting everything on public display. We didn't have to know that he didn't care about, I'm sorry. We did not have to know that he was willing to go someplace else practically for free. We did not have to know that it was not about the money. We did not have to hear him say, you want me, draft Bronny. We did not have to hear him say, my son is better than half the players or some of the players in the NBA right now before he ever played an NBA game. You did that. That was LeBron James who did that.
All right, man.
He wasn't asked that. Gloria James, get $50 his talents to South Beach. Did y'all remember what happened in the app?
These guys are just weird.
Oh, that was that
Because
Wendy.
of that, we gloss over those facts. But those ain't the only facts. Weeks ago, what do you have?
Ryan Windhurst on one of these shows not too long ago. Like a
Wendy.
clip.
Yeah,
you played with Ross.
Wendy, you guys played together in high school.
Yeah,
right? He was on your high school
This
team.
guy was like, says he's like my best friend. These guys are just weird.
I have worked with Brian Windhorst for years. Never once did he say that LeBron was a best friend.
Yo, Stephen A. Smith, you gotta tell LeBron to eat a dick. Let me tell you, these media niggas and these basketball players, athletes niggas, and rap niggas, they're just alike. If you not pushing their narrative, they look at you as an op. And they know what they're doing. LeBron know what he's doing. LeBron knew he was gonna drop a dynamite and walk out the room with y'all with the comments that he's making. He's making these comments for a reason.
A matter of fact, years earlier, it was LeBron who sat in front of the microphones and said, probably nobody knows me better than Brian Windhorst, who's been covering me since I was in junior high school. But that's how he talked about him. Brian Windhorst is an exceptional.
All right, man. Okay, anyway. Stephen A. Smith continue to go in.
With anybody, and for some reason, no one ever asked him about that. Wasn't it you who said that Bronny James was better than some players in the NBA right now before he was even drafted? Wasn't it you who said, if you want me, draft my son because you wanted to play with your son for 1 year? Wasn't it you who literally circumvented meritocracy within the National Basketball Association and got the entire media world in the NBA and, of course, the Lakers organization to buy in on that? LeBron James did all of that. That is the person I was talking about as a father, not the father in Brentwood or Bel Air or wherever.
Hold on. I'm trying to get to the good parts.
I never brought up really and never really discussed why you were not at Kobe Bryant's memorial service. I never really brought up or discussed why you did not attend Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction when that man was directly responsible for you capturing a championship for the first time in your career. I brought up none of that. I never
Now, Stephen A. then came out and said, my apologies and clarification. I misspoke in hour 1 of First Take today when I intimated that LeBron did not attend Kobe Bryant's memorial. I corrected myself in hour 2. That knowledge he was indeed in attendance by mistake. Should have not broached that subject. It was not my main point. I retracted nothing else I have to say. Yo, so this is like an all-out war.
else. He has homes. I'm talking about, within 2 weeks, after obviously a negotiation took place, LeBron James is on it. We know a negotiation took place because we understand that since LeBron, great leader, I mean, my God, I have done everything but put diapers and a bib on this brother. But it ain't enough. Damn. Because one thing matters to him and one thing only, and that's him being recognized as the greatest of all times. Well, you're not in my book. That belongs to Michael Jordan. Where would I get that from? Let's count the ways. So we have a situation where we're looking at LeBron James breaking all these records, and we're conveniently forgetting that he's in his 22nd year. But Jordan did all of this pretty much in his first 13, although he had 15 years. He only came back for the final 2 years because he wanted to be an owner. And part of the stipulation with Abe Pollin, then the owner of the Washington franchise, was that he be a part of the team and play and generate revenue and interest, etc., so he could ultimately become an owner. It was really his first 13 years. Yet, still in all, here we are in the year 2025, decades after Michael Jordan has retired. While LeBron James is still playing,
he's trying to get LeBron
James
that
is still
sauce.
2 titles shy of Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is 6. LeBron James has 4. He does have as many finals losses as Michael Jordan has wins. He has 6 finals losses. He has 4 championships. Let me continue. Michael Jordan, NBA Finals MVP, 6th, the most all time. LeBron James, 4. Despite having played a minimum of 7 more seasons than Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, regular season MVP, 5, tied for 2nd all time with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. LeBron James, 4. Once again, he comes up short to Michael Jordan. All NBA first team, 10 of 15 seasons, 67% for Michael Jordan. 59%, 13 of 22 for LeBron James over the course of 22 years. Defensive Player of the Year, Michael Jordan captured that once. That has never been an honor bestowed upon LeBron James. Damn. All NBA Defensive First Team, 9, tied for most all time to LeBron James, 5. He's still 4 short despite having a minimum of 7 more seasons. Scoring titles, 10-1. LeBron James does have an assist title. Michael Jordan never did that. Michael Jordan led the league in steals on 3 occasions. He's had 9 NBA record, 9 game-winning.
This nigga done turned into Elliott Wilson for Drake.
Just stated a point in fact. We want to forget that. We want to forget that other people were pointing to his legitimacy or lack. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar being the 19th world to hear it live, authentic, and in living color. I can say that to him right now. Ain't nobody hiding. But the bottom line is, I don't anticipate he's going to take me up on that offer just for the same reason he did. He came up to me courtside instead of meeting me in the back in the locker room so we could talk man to man. He doesn't want a rebuttal. He doesn't want any pushback. He just wants to say what he said like he did on courtside and then depart, but looks right up to the camera that's behind us that I never saw, who was filming it all along. The man orchestrates stuff. The man will smile in your face, and he's got something behind his back, ready to stab you in it. It's who he has been. It's who I have known him to be. It's why he does.
Basically, saying LeBron's a fucking snake.
Doesn't like me because he knows I know it, and it's why I certainly don't like him. But it's not going to stop me from being professional at all times. America, the world. I work for ESPN. I will not dishonor this network. I will not dishonor this profession by being unprofessional when it comes to somebody I don't like. Just because I don't like you as a person doesn't mean I cannot appreciate your unquestionable, undeniable, unparalleled greatness. I know who LeBron James is and what he has meant to basketball, but I also know how he's alienated a lot of folks along the way. I'm not the only one. I'm just one of the few that is in a position to speak up about it. The brother ain't scaring me. Ain't nobody shivering this way. I don't care what he feels or what he has to say.
Shorty look good.
I stand by the things that I said. I have
Ain't Stephen A. clapping her? My boy.
Never, ever gone after somebody's family, and I would never do that. And he is creating this narrative because he can't accept the fact that I won't kiss the ring and acknowledge him as the greatest ever. Why? Because he is not. He had to learn to win. His heart got snatched right out of his chest in an NBA Finals series against the Dallas Mavericks in 2011 when he went 4 straight fourth quarters. He averaged 2.2 points per quarter. 2 of those games, he didn't even score a point. 1 of those games, he didn't even attempt a field goal in the 4th quarter. That's a go? Maybe it is to somebody else. It's not to me. I stand by what I said. I appreciate him. I hope the Lakers win. I'd rather be in L.A. than someplace else come June. I'm not rooting against him, and I'm not rooting against him. But it is what it is. We stand where we stand. You do what you do. I do what I do. But when you come into this lane, my brother, it's the equivalent of me stepping on a basketball court going up against you, asking you not.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to hear none of this shit, man. LeBron violated you, bro. Like, bro, just take the L and keep it moving, bro. I love you, Stephen A., but you got to take the L and keep it moving, man. Because LeBron controlling you like a puppet right now. You crashing out. Like, you're eloquent. You want to debate. The nigga stuffed you. Now you want a one-on-one in the middle of the lunch hall. Nah, nigga. It's over. He snuffed you. It's okay. I hate to see Stephen A. Smith like this, bro. I really hate to see it. I really think Stephen A. is catching L's on this one. Just because of his reaction. Because you could tell he's so bothered. Who gives a fuck if LeBron likes you? But you're crashing out over it. And maybe it's just for ratings, but you're crashing out over it.
To shoot a jump shot or whatever. This is my lane, bro. And anytime you want to get down, we can get down. I have no problem debating him. I have no problem showing up in front of an audience. I'll show up on his damn show. It doesn't matter. I have a right to believe that Michael Jordan is the greatest ever and LeBron James is number 2. I have the right to feel that way without him feeling like I called him everything but a child of God and then accusing me and my reputation and my character of going after somebody else's family. I don't.
All right, man. He told all that shit, man. This what LeBron James posted. Because he said if LeBron James had put hands on you, would have swung on him. LeBron James posted this.
Yeah, make it more free. Yeah, push. Clean up that cotton. Clean up that cotton. Raise him up. Yeah.
Yo, stop playing with my boy, man. Stephen A., I rock with you, man. Just let it go. Please just let it go, bro.
Brought up really and never really discussed.
Just please let it go, Stephen A.
Because that's how petty you become. You're LeBron James. You that butthurt over the things that I'm saying, that you would post that video. When has LeBron James ever done something like that? But suddenly you're doing that as it pertains to me. This man is in his feelings. I wonder why. Get that out the way. Why do I bring that up? Because that's how.
You talking about the boxing video. Kevin Love posted this too.
On me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Oh, shit.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately.
Yeah, make it more free. Yeah, push.
You told me it was my turn.
You can talk all that you want to, yell and scream. You lost.
It is my turn.
You lost the game.
It is my turn. You told me it was.
That man put his hands on me.
Oh, man.
He'll sit there and tell you I'm a conservative, right?
All right, man. I'm gonna leave it there for now, man. But yo, Stephen A., bro, please just move past it. I see Matt Barnes trying to offer you some boxing lessons. Move past it, man. Let me tell you this. In the reality of things, this is how it goes. You as a top media personality, you could stand on your morals and principles of not wanting to be disrespected no matter by who. Even LeBron James, who is the face of the league and probably one of the biggest athletes. But trying to go back and forth with that person, it's just not going to work. They got a bigger audience than you. People watch you to get access to them. It's like me in the media. They watch me to get access to the Drakes, the Kendricks, to whoever. The best advice I would give to you is, if you want to, the nigga big dogs you. If you want to big dog him, but I don't think you can, tell ESPN you ain't finna do 35 topics on him every day. That's what's going to bother you, because the nigga violated you and you got to talk to him. You got to talk about him. When me and Meek wasn't on the good terms, I said I ain't covering that bitch ass nigga. I ain't no post, no nothing. And I could make that decision, and shit, maybe that decision wasn't in the best interest because maybe it was popping. But shit, even when me and Drake got in a disagreement, I was like, shit, we don't gotta cover you. You work for ESPN, you don't have that latitude. You can't tell LeBron you're not gonna cover him incessantly. Like ESPN is LeBron's network. So just try to ignore it, but trying to like relitigate it, it makes you seem crazy hurt. And LeBron's in the twilight of his career, I would imagine. Yeah, so LeBron is he got some axes to grind. And you're one of them, Win Horse or whatever whatever the fuck that nigga name is. Yeah, he giving all y'all niggas smoke, and y'all niggas kind of feeling all butthurt, but shit, when y'all was talking about him, y'all did it for 20 years. He ain't getting his shit off, so it is what it is, man. So, Stephen A., please, just move on, man. You're one of the best in the game, but constantly crashing out to try to change the narrative about LeBron, it's not going to happen, bro. Please. Love you. Just move on, all right? Chat, I'm getting out of here, man. I'll be back on tomorrow. Trying to save this voice for the 2 of 30 starting tomorrow. I'm going to get back on. I forgot what topic I didn't do today. We'll do tomorrow, but chat, thank y'all for rocking with me. We did 5 hours. I don't even know how my voice survived. I'm getting better, but it's slow, right? Chat, please go to sleep, wake up for tomorrow, and we'll be back on tomorrow, all right? Last thing, my last thing I always ask, go to Ticketmaster, please, everybody. I need y'all at my birthday party, please, come on. We got to make this happen. DJ Academics Birthday Live Podcast, hit find tickets, and cop a couple tickets for you and your friends, man. Come through with a squad, all right? So please, just come through, and that's what we're doing. Anyway, I'll be back on tomorrow. All right, chat? Love y'all.